Double the fucking bodies in it like obliterating. Everything is iterator. Renegade. I'm hitting anybody who wanted with the pin and frame. Don't nobody want it, but they're gonna get it anyway. I'm beginning to feel like I'm in the elements. So why not just be who I
All right. there's a way to get rid of these cockroaches. So what you need to do is you need to take some jars. Take some glass jars, like empty, Smucker's peanut butter jars work perfectly. What you need to do is you need to take some apple juice. Fill them about a third to halfway full of apple juice. You need to also take some Vaseline. You're going to rub Vaseline around the lip of the jar. And what you're going to do is you're going to fill up, 6 of these jars, however many you think you need, and fill them, a third to halfway with apple juice, rub some Vaseline around the edge, set them up around your home. I swear to God, this works. What the roaches are going to do is they're going to come for the juice. They're going to climb into the jar, they're going to slip on the Vaseline, and they're going to fall in and they're going to drown. On the first night, if you have an infestation, your jars are going to be packed with dead, drowned roaches. What you're going to do is you're going to dump them down the garbage disposal or just dump them out into the yard. You're going to clean your jars, and then you're going to do it again. You're going to fill it with apple juice, and then you're going to line it again with Vaseline. You're going to do this every night, and within a week, these are German
Okay, watch this. Watch this. Look at this black dude face. Okay, wait. No, wait, keep watching. Yo, I'm in here literally in tears. This is the funniest shit I've ever seen. Okay, they tricked him so he think he invisible, but he really not invisible. Look at his face. Look at his. Yo, they playing the fuck out of him. Look at his face. He going out to the chair. Oh my god. Look. Oh my god, yo. He's stressed.
I've come to London.
If I have to shoot my paper before throw the whole book away. I done got it up for the day. I'm not going to do holiday.
This bitch said if she got a sheetrock her paper. My bad, I've just been sitting here watching the dumbest shit for the past 20 minutes. No, I actually took a bathroom break soon. But the other time I have just been looking at dumb shit on the internet. And my apologies for doing that. You know how the internet be getting you in it sometimes. Yeah, just why won't it? Oh my god! Actually, what I want to do is I want to turn the Bluetooth off from here. Turn the Bluetooth on to here. Yeah. So now have that for photographs and have this for YouTube. Anyway.
Just off. Hey, it's Dana from Stream. I'm so excited to announce that local recordings are now available on Stream. Have you ever done a recording when your guest just had terrible internet issues?
Live here, Myth Vision Podcast. You don't want to miss today's episode. I mean that. I have literally called this my new Bible. I reference this book all the time as far as educating people to understand what the God of the Bible really is, who the God of the Bible really is, or gods, especially if you take Yahweh usurping El You're going to want to check out this episode. I'm going to take a little different approach than the other interviews you've heard with Dr. Francesca Stavrakopoulou. And let's have some fun. Let our intro begin.
Wow. Damn. Oh, shit.
We are Myth Vision. Welcome back to Myth Vision Podcast. I'm hot. I'm out in my garage. My AC unit isn't working, and it is blistering hot out here in North Carolina. But it's okay. I'm willing to suffer for you, my friends. So with that being said, welcome to the channel again, Dr. Francesca
I took
Stavrakopoulou.
another video down that I used to watch.
Nice to be back.
Thank you so much for joining me. You have such, well, I was on your Wikipedia page just showing people, I don't even know where to begin on how to present your background. You've been part of documentaries and shows, The Bible's Buried Secrets. You have an extensive CV, if you will, with a lot of credentials. If you don't mind, tell us what your book is about and, if you will, some of your background as we're diving in.
So the book is basically about the early career of the God who's described and adored in the Bible, and it's basically tracking his early career.
This is our Kemetic way
Kind
of
of
life
like
class,
from
right?
the Iron Age through up
Okay.
into.
Let's
basically
get
to
back
about,
to
6th
some
century,
fundamentals,
common
right?
era. But what I do is I
Okay.
basically do an anatomy of God. I argue that this
The
is
word that we
he
use
was understood to
for
have a corporeal form. He had a human-shaped body and a male, masculine body. And I basically try to explore the reasons why this deity was gradually disembodied culturally and theologically to become the God that we're kind of more familiar with today in Western cultural constructs. So yeah, that's what the book's about. I'm a professor of Hebrew Bible and ancient religion at the University of Exeter in the UK. I'm an atheist, always have been, always will be. I did all my degrees at Oxford and my postdoctoral work before moving to Exeter.
Absolutely amazing your book was, I must admit. It's my favorite book right now, honestly.
Yay.
I've been reading a lot of different books, and I'm like, okay, this is by far my favorite one. So I figure I'd just lay out the outline of this episode because it's difficult with your time and my schedule and all of us trying to figure out what works.
And the time difference.
The time difference that plays a significant role. So I have some questions that I have come up with throughout your book, and then we can get to the Q&A. Anybody who super chats to get your question answered, and we will try to do that in a timely fashion, of course, but still get your question answered, because I know there's a lot of people who have a lot of questions for you, and I still have questions for you. So I'm impressed. I reread it again. This is the second go around, and I realized I missed so many things. I also want to mention, if anybody who's watching this really wants to help us out, you can join our Patreon. I'll let everybody know early. I'm going to be interviewing John Martin Crossan here in the next week down in Florida while I'm on vacation. I'm working while on vacation with my family, interviewing ex-cult members, you name it. Like, I'm all about this. I'm a humanist as well. So if you're interested in learning more and helping us here at Myth Vision, you can join and help us out. Okay. This book. I can't put enough energy into that. I wish I could download it, just plug it in, and people could go, oh, he really, really loves this book. But I must start somewhere, and it's with this goddess called Inanna. Inanna and Yahweh. And on your book, page 202, make sure I stopped it. I wanted to read something.
Trying to figure out a different place I can put this camera
I was going to say, my
somehow.
God, I can't remember what's on page. No, whatever. No,
What?
it's the book there. You read it.
A miracle, an atheist miracle happened because I ended up getting this copy in America. Remember, I don't know how I did.
Yeah, that is amazing. It's come out. Look at this. It's come out in Italian recently, which looks very beautiful.
Ooh, so they're
pretty?
changing it up.
Yeah, the German cover is different, and yeah, it's all yeah, because obviously the US cover is different too. So
Awesome. Well, I'm going to read and obnoxiously have your book up while I do so. So in Hinduana, I hope I'm saying this right, Inanna is a deity so powerful that her divinity surpasses even that of the highest gods. An and Enlil, who have willingly ceded their wisdom to her. In your vast wisdom amongst all the gods, you alone are majestic, Hinduana exclaims. In this poem, Inanna not only governs the forms of wisdom graciously bestowed upon mortals, such as expertise in warfare, ritual, economics, sex, and medicine, but curates and controls the divine wisdom underpinning the very foundations of the cosmos, to destroy, to create, to cut apart, to establish. Inanna are yours. To turn a man into a woman and a woman into a man, Inanna are yours. A large and expansive heart, Inanna, are yours. Almost 2,000 years later, another poet was crediting just one deity with the wisdom to create and destroy, and for him, it was Yahweh.
yeah.
Do you want to comment on this just briefly?
Yeah, so that's so there I'm talking about a particular poem from Mesopotamia that was written by what we understand to be the world's, the first named author that we know in the history of the world, who's a woman, Enheduanna. She was the daughter of a king and also a priestess. But she, whether or not she actually wrote this poem is kind of debated by scholars. It may be that it was a poem to which her name was ascribed. But nonetheless, what it reflects when she's kind of praising the goddess Inanna, who was, she's also known as Ishtar. So Inanna is her Sumerian name, Ishtar is her Akkadian name. So these are two different languages that were used throughout the ancient Near East. But yeah, she's praising the goddess Inanna as basically being just, the most supreme deity imaginable. And what she's doing when she's talking about the various divine qualities and functions and roles that Inanna has, she's saying that even the high god, so the god An, who is basically heaven, has given Inanna, his daughter, these particular gifts. It's a way of kind of talking about this kind of fluidity that we see in divine functions and roles, in that you can, even in a deeply complex polytheistic system, you can single out a particular deity, and that deity is held to basically almost incorporate all divine qualities and roles and functions. And Inanna is incredibly important because she was probably the most important, across ancient Southwest Asia, but particularly in Mesopotamia. She was probably the most important deity in some ways. The longest. Her importance kind of stretched the longest throughout, over millennia. So it's an incredible poem.
Working on some commissions here. It's coming along pretty good. I'm trying to finish detailing this bottom portion of her dress here. It's like this knitted type crochet, I don't know, some kind of knit type dress. So really just working on that. Once I get this portion of the dress filled in, I'll go back and detail it some more in here and kind of work on these shadows here. The letter on his sweater, I gotta get that green. And then we'll, I didn't do her legs yet, so her legs need some more detailing. And then after that, it's the shoes. His shoes has some pretty bright highlights on there. This rim light here, so you can see the laces and his eyelets on the boots. So I'll add all of that. And then one final detail on on the planks, you can see rivets here. So I'll add those rivets and I'll highlight, get some more of these brighter highlights on the wood. And then I think this will be done after that. So we'll see.
Like, it kind of shows this very elevated, sophisticated, complex role of divine functions for a goddess, that are the kinds of things that we find, you know, thousands of years later in the Hebrew Bible. We find that Yahweh is being described in similar ways.
Would you be willing to say that Yahweh's Johnny come lately? That's how I feel. I mean, I hate to be that way because a lot of people go, oh, well, atheists like you are antagonistic. You're trying to find something before, and all you have to do is have a Justin Martyr come on the scene and go, well, Satan knew, that's why. But
yeah,
it's still a silly.
Yeah. Like, the thing is that it's very difficult. You know, one of the big kind of theological premises on which a lot of biblical theology is founded, is the idea that Yahweh was somehow extraordinary, that ancient Israelite religion was somehow different from the religions of surrounding peoples and cultures, and that somehow that extraordinary quality means that this deity is a deity wholly unlike any other deity across ancient Southwest Asia. You know, that's what we find, you know, Yahweh himself saying in the Bible all the time, in Isaiah and Jesus. Isaiah, so chapters 40 to 55, he's like, I am God, there is no other, there's nobody else like me, I am the only kind of deity. But, you know, historically, we know that that's just not the case. You know, things are rarely, I'm not saying that that you don't get innovative shifts in religious thinking and religious imagination, of course you do. But there's nothing particularly unusual about Yahweh. There's nothing particularly extraordinary about him. So for the various different sorts of roles and functions and titles and you know, we find, you know, examples of those used much, much earlier of lots of different types of deities. So this was part and parcel of a much broader cultural landscape. And Yahweh, if you like, is kind of like a local iteration of broader understandings of what deities, you know, successful deities, frontline deities, were supposed to be doing.
I must skip to something interesting in my commentary about Inanna, or Ishtar, if you will. And I'm vindicating, Dr. Richard Carrier wrote an article about dying and rising gods. So I made this really cool documentary, little video about this that I thought was interesting. And he talked about how Inanna, this goddess, was, you know, with all this powers, kind of lowered or defamed, if you will, taking off, stripped naked, then made into a corpse, then hung on a hook for 3 days and 3 nights, and then is brought back to life, or something like 3 days, something to the same motif we see with Jesus, we see it with Jonah, we see it with other mythologies. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, certainly that particular myth about Ishtar Inanna I talk about in the book, and it's very much the goddess's decision that she wants to take over the underworld. I mean, she's seriously kick-ass, ambitious goddess. I adore her. But she's that idea of her sort of being stripped of all her divine her bling, basically, her accessories. These were more than just kind of decorative items that were worn on divine bodies. A bit like high status human bodies, these were ways of making the body, of rendering the body complete. So by stripping off, her headgear and her necklaces, she kind of deliberately diminishes herself because she has to in order to enter the underworld. But yeah, some people think that that's an example of a dying and rising god. It's not quite. I mean, yeah, she's turned into a corpse, a kind of like a hunk of meat, basically. So it's about her kind of debasement in very material terms. The whole debate about dying and rising gods is really complicated. I think the main ancient Southwest Asian, pre-Christian ancient Southwest Asian myth that we can certainly say is a dying and rising god is a myth concerning Baal from Ugarit. So late Bronze Age, Syria, the city-state of Ugarit, and the modern site name is Ras Shamra. And in that, Baal is defeated by the god Mot, who's the god of death, who swallows him, because death is a swallower, which is where we get all that imagery in the Bible about, when the ground opens up and swallows kind of idolatrous priests. That's exactly what's going on there. The underworld swallows
Jonah, the fish.
Yeah, exactly. Jonah being swallowed by the fish, exactly. But yeah, with Baal, he is certainly dies because his sister Anat and the sun goddess Shapsh go into the underworld to find him, and they find his corpse. He's buried in a tomb, and then about 3 days later, he is restored. So that, and that is like I said, there's very little in the Bible that's completely original.
I love this. Thank you for coming on. You're awesome. So God's being so concerned with food. This is something as well, but before we get to that, Ezekiel and Genesis. This is something I thought was fascinating because I always read the Bible as a Christian and always thought Genesis is the beginning, Revelation it's written in the chronological order in which they were really written or something, because you're not told all these things. But you mentioned about this in Ezekiel. It talks about this king, this ruler who says in his heart, which is like where you think in the ancient world of organs, or your heart, which is down here, is actually where you think, not your brain. But we're not going to go there because I think you said that plenty of times on your other episodes. I really want to get something unique out of you in terms of this. So I will rise above the throne of God.
I will sit upon, He wants to go up the holy mountain and sit on the throne of El, the high god. Yeah.
Yeah, and this was written before Genesis's account, or Genesis.
Yeah, so it's kind of complicated. So the story that we have basically Genesis 2 and 3, the story of the expulsion from the Garden of Eden, it's not a fall, it's an expulsion, has a lot of similar motifs to a lot of material that we find in Ezekiel. And that material in Ezekiel is probably older. So that's probably, kind of 6th century, but drawing on an older motif, whereas the story that we find in Genesis is probably about 5th century. But they both share the same mythic kind of schema or trope in which you have this, the first human who across ancient Southwest Asian mythologies, the first human was generally understood to be a paradigm of the king. And the king was understood, the role of kingship, because a lot of these texts and myths were produced within royal high status contexts. So the first man is, the paradigmatic man is the royal figure, the king, who is made and appointed to perform various tasks on behalf of the deity in the earthly realm. So the Ezekiel myth does talk about an anonymous ruler who, in the context in which we find the myth, is probably to be identified as one of the foreign kings that's harassing Yahweh's own people, like an Assyrian king or a Babylonian king, or possibly an Egyptian king, but probably Assyrian or Babylonian. And he says, I will ascend the holy mountains, I will make myself like a god, I will sit on the throne, on the seat of the gods in the divine council on the top of the holy mountain. And God, who here is the terms used for God are both El and Yahweh. He's like, no, you're not, I'm not having this at all. I'm going to, you're going to die like an immortal, you're not a god. One of the kind of qualities of divine nature in some ways is kind of perpetual immortality. So even if, like Baal, you die, you don't die forever, you don't stay dead, you come back. So yeah, this king is expelled from this holy mountain, which in Ezekiel is also called Eden. It's this beautiful garden of God. He's expelled and sent down into the underworld, where he obviously dies, and then his corpse is exhumed and trampled by enemies. So this is about kind of wiping him out in every possible way. In the ancient world, you only exist for as long as you're remembered. So even after death, you have a post-mortem existence and you continue to have a social relationship with the living. But if your tomb is desecrated, if your bones or your remains are destroyed, if you're eaten by wild animals and shut out on the ground, that basically is completely eradicating you in a material sense, and therefore you can no longer be remembered, and you no longer exist. So that's what happens to this king. But yeah, it looks like a lot of that myth that we find, in a way, that Genesis material and the Ezekiel material are both later reflections of what looks to be an earlier kind of mythic trope about one divine or semi-divine figure trying to usurp an older, more senior divine figure and kind of being taken to task for it.
It just always excites me to learn this stuff. What about the gods and food, right? So they're always concerned about food and not eating their food in the ancient world. Or says gods being so concerned with food and not you, humans, mortals, eating their food in the ancient world. Did the temple's demise change the understanding of God eating in Jewish thought? And get the idea, we're talking about him being a corporeal deity who needs to eat. Now
Yeah, exactly. Because when we use the language of sacrifice in our own cultures today, we have the sense of that it's something like that we're giving up something. That it's hard for us to give up something. It's something very precious. But sacrifice in the ancient world, you didn't just sacrifice living things, animals or humans sometimes. You could also sacrifice all the other things that were important and sort of the mainstay products of human consumption. So you can sacrifice wine and beer and honey and oil and bread and fruits and cakes. And so sacrifices in temple economies were a way of getting money into the temple. But it was a way of sharing a meal with the deity. So say if I was a worshipper, actually let's say you, because this is, we're talking about a very masculinist kind of culture here. If you wanted to go to the temple because you want to petition the deity for a particular kind of blessing, you might take, I don't know, a lamb or a couple of pigeons, and you would take these to the temple. The priest would sacrifice it on your behalf, and then some of that food would be burnt on the altar as food for the deity, who would smell, was constantly told in the Hebrew Bible that Yahweh is attracted to the sweet aroma, the pleasant aroma of sacrifice, kind of how when you can smell the barbecue and you're like, God, that smells really good. It's like that. It calls the deity into this social relationship around the altar with humans. And so the deity would eat part of that sacrifice normally, and then the priests and other ritual officials would eat the rest, and then you would also get a little part as well. So you're kind of sharing in a meal with the deity, and this was a way of basically forging and maintaining a social relationship with the god. So just as the same way that food times, like meal times, are important social family occasions for all of us, think about the great, the big festivals that we celebrate, whether it's Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever it is, food and a particular kind of feast is a focal part of that. And that's because it's about this sense of
Captain Rudy Torrance. This is an emergency.
Yo, good morning.
We've gone down.
Bringing a community, a group of people together, you forge and maintain social identities and relationships. And that's exactly what temple sacrifice was about.
As far as the eating that really caught my attention, you did it really well in making me think of something I never thought about. And that is, God just got done flooding all humanity. Let's forget that there's earlier Mesopotamian myths that really give us the precedence for why this is. And they kind of give you a different reason in the biblical account, getting God off the hook for just being annoyed for noises and whatnot. But here is like this complete genocide of the human race. And here's this one guy he finds this like.
You want to see my reference photo?
Okay, and his family can have this little group. Noah gets the barbecue up as soon as dry land comes up, and God smells it.
Yeah.
And am I correct in assessing this and saying God was ready to eradicate all, and then he smelt that meat, and he said, why did I kill all these humans?
It's not so much that he said, it's not so much he says, why did I kill all these humans? Because within the kind of narrative arc of that story, and obviously that story between Genesis 6 and 9 is drawing on all sorts of different other traditions. So it's been kind of edited and redacted and shaped into a kind of a narrative. But within that narrative frame, you've got the sense that God's not pissed off. He doesn't regret that earlier he floods the world because he regrets having made humankind because they have become so corrupt, mainly through having sex with divine beings. But that's another story in Genesis 6 that we can talk about.
All right, I'm gonna show you.
So when he smells the smell of the sacrifice, of Noah's sacrifice, it's then when he says,
See, this is the way she, and I'm definitely not a Bible scholar, and I was reading some stuff on ancient aliens back in the day that just blew my mind, and I was like, this shit can't be true. Like, this ancient alien shit can't, it's not possible. And then, like, throughout the reading of like these old texts about aliens and stuff, there's a lot of correlations that kept coming back to the Bible. And if you read the Bible this way, you will understand what it really says. And I'm like, that shit can't be true. And so I started to read the Bible just to see if I could find aliens in the, no lie, bro. No lie, true story. I tried to find aliens in the Bible. And then, like, I really couldn't find aliens in the Bible. But the more I read the Bible, it was like the weirder the stories became. And I never really believed it to start with. But after reading it myself, I really didn't believe it. Like, it just really solidified the fact to me that I'm never gonna believe this stuff, yo. I can't believe like what's in the Bible. And so that's what they're having a debate about. And she's this lady is a Hebrew Bible scholar. I think she speaks like original Hebrew and all that good stuff. But I love these discussions. So this is a buddy of mine. He just got married, had a family, bought a nice house and everything. And so he wants to have some original art in his new home of him and his family. And this is the piece that I'm working on. So there's a lot going on back here. In the photograph, it doesn't take away too much from them, but if I were to try to paint all of that, it would definitely like take away from the center point. So that's why they're the entire length of the canvas. And I don't know, I think the background was a little too busy, so I tried to like knock some of the foliage out, and so that they're really like, then I got this, I really just wanted to get like this green around them, so it's like encompassing them in this like circle right here. And then you have this white here with the lines, and so it kind of like brings your eye right into the center of the piece. I still have to do more detailing of the hair, the baby's hair, and her hair still has a lot of detailing to go. But I really just want to get through this dress real quick. Or not real quick, but as quick as I can. So we'll see. So a lot of people always ask, like, what do you listen to when you're in the studio? I listen to all kind of stuff, honestly. But I mostly, did I do that? No. I mostly like to listen to podcasts. I will listen to music, and I make my own beats, so I'll listen to my own beats sometimes. I used to make my own music, so if I'm feeling like really nostalgic, I'll play like some of my old music. But for the most part, I really just like to listen to like really compelling conversations. Um, on the topics of like conspiracy theories, love that shit. Religious conversations like the one I'm listening to now, and anything science related, whether it be about nuclear physics or astronomy or string theory or the biggest hot topics right now is artificial general intelligence and robotics. And so love to hear those because when you listen to people like Ray Kurzweil, that one guy from Google who was studying the Lambda chatbot or the large language model is what it's called, Lambda or something. So shit changing real fast, like real fast. So I always like to hear people talk about stuff like that, where our technology is going. Because now you see, like years ago, 3-4 years ago, well, maybe even 5 years ago, they were showing like the little AI generated images that the computer was making. That shit was looking all weird and trippy, like one of them old 60s psychedelic posters and shit. Now, the AI making art better than me. Not necessarily, but it looks really dope, you know? And it's like, well, goddamn, y'all just did that in a few years, going from like barely being able to render an original image of a dog to like making these fully immersive artworks. And I'm like, damn, that shit crazy. So what's next? And if we see this dramatic of a leap in just 4 or 5 years, like what are they going to be able to do in another 4 or 5 years, in another 15, 20 years, in another 50 years, in 75 years from now? You know, that shit is fucking crazy. That digital art is still fairly new. I mean, we've only had like Hollywood level computer generated images, 30 years, like 30 years or something like that. And that was like strictly for large budget, like, big backing movies and video games and shit like that. And now, like, as the technology is getting easier, simpler, more affordable, like you see people are actually just getting degrees in, computer graphics, digital animation, because it's a thing now. Like being able to create digital images is a thing, but it's still really new. And then now these apps that allow the average person to do things like Procreate. I can get on Procreate and I can make like really simple animations. I can make 3D rendering models. I can do like graphic design, and that's just on a fucking app that costs like $10. And now everybody can do it if you want to. But then, as soon as it gets to the point where we all have access to this really powerful tool of creation, they just give it right over to the AI, and now the AI is just taking everything all these people work for for decades to get proficient at, to be a really good digital illustrator or a really good graphic designer. And people went to college and got degrees in this field so they can be proficient at this certain skill, and now you have an algorithm that can do it like that. And that shit is scary. That's what scares me, is someone has dedicated so much of their life and energy to be a trained professional, and now there's something that can do what would take them, several hours, can just do it in like seconds. Like, web design used to be big money, and web design is still big money, but now people can just design your own website, type some shit in, the algorithm just boop 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 boop, just do it all for you. And it's like, I mean, how much of our creativity are we gonna like just hand over to automated systems and algorithms that don't have any real passion or understanding of the human condition? So I don't know. It's still cool as fuck though, no lie. Mankind we're very special species, and we're capable of amazing things, and that shit is fucking amazing, and it's cool as hell, but it's scary at the same time. It's scary, it's frustrating, and I don't know. I'm just a hard skeptic, and I always try to play devil's advocate and see everything from both sides. And like I say, I'm working on the goddamn. I mean, I got all the technology. I'm streaming from an iPhone, got tablets, got this, got the motherfucking PlayStation with the PlayStation camera, streaming on the PlayStation. Yo, what's good, guys? YouTube, what's good? My bad. I'm actually on Instagram, but I'm gonna kick it with the YouTube people in a minute. Nah, not talking to myself, bro. I'm talking to a couple people. The white jackets coming for me? They might be. I can use a padded cell for a couple of days, to get a little vacation to myself. Come out the white jackets. But yeah, I just got this love-hate relationship with technology, and I see where this shit is going. I can kind of see where it's going. We all can kind of see where it's going, but are we paying attention to it? In this new AI art, this shit is just so frustrating. It really is. It really, really is. But appreciate everybody chilling in the studio with me this morning. Y'all people is up early. He said, fuck CG, fuck Christmas. Andrew Newby. Beat was wrongdoing. Yeah, I don't really deal with Christmas either, man. Christ, Mass. It's all good, bro. Wire's getting confused now because I am literally, we got the chat. We got this chat going on, along with our Instagram chat. But like I said, I appreciate everybody chilling here, checking out the progress on this portrait. This is a commission piece for a buddy of mine. Now he ain't try to like haggle or motherfucking negotiate or nothing. He asked if I can do this. I gave him a price. He said okay and sent me my deposit. And that shit ain't cheap. But at the same time, I should have charged this motherfucker more. Cause goddamn, but this shit right here is taking me forever. all the goddamn stuff in the background, man, all the lines on the damn little bridge they standing on, man, her dress, bro. Yeah, I still ain't done yet, but since he got two of them, that's I ain't gonna lie, that's really why I didn't charge as much per piece, because he got two big paintings at the same time. And most people don't do that. I think I'm seeing something wrong here. Oh, wait. You know what? I am seeing something wrong. That line right there shouldn't even be there. That one right there. So, once again, the best thing about paint, if you make a mistake, you can just paint over it. And so I had an extra line there for some reason this whole time. Like, I already painted it once, and then I still didn't notice that it shouldn't have been there. So I just painted it out just now. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody perfect, but we can get there. You ain't got to be perfect. Just got to be patient. That's the whole thing, man. Got to be patient. Is Jesus white or black? Jesus doesn't exist, yo. Jesus was light, bro. Jesus was light brown. No, man. Jesus is a fictional character that was made up, man. He's a different rendition of Serapis Christos, which came from Apis, the bull god of Egypt, when the Ptolemies moved in after Alexander the Great died, or Alexander the Greek. After he died, the Ptolemies took over that portion of Egypt, and they wanted to integrate themselves into the Egyptian culture and the Egyptian mystery schools. They called it the mystery schools because they didn't know what else to call it. To them, to the Greeks, it was a mystery. To the Egyptians, it was just their understanding of the way the world functions. And so once these Coptic people realized that the Egyptians weren't going to induct them into their most sacred mystery schools, they wanted Ptolemy. His name was Tony Lagi, I think. He decided to take a ancient Greek god and an Egyptian god and just mash them together and make this new god called Serapis Christos. And then that character eventually morphed into Christ, the anointed one, or Jesus Christ. And then we get the Nicene Council of 325 AD, and we get Caesar Borgia posing for the image of the white Christ, and you get characters like the Flavians, with Josephus actually like making weird forgeries about some person who may have existed. And I don't know, and then you read the Bible itself, and it's just like this weird thing that is a retelling of older stories from the Sumerians and the Ethiopians and the Egyptians, and they just kind of retell them their own way. And so yeah, I don't think if Jesus was an actual historical figure, he's more like the people that Santa Claus is based off of, because there's this character of Saint Nicholas who may have been a real person and whatever, may have given somebody some gifts or something, but did he have flying reindeer and elves making wooden clogs. I don't think so. I don't think St. Nicholas was that kind of guy. You know, and if there was some Jewish rabbi going around preaching love and understanding and in a one God being and all of this stuff. Maybe there may have been several figures. Like once again, like Santa Claus, is he Saint Nicholas or is he Kris Kringle, or you know, and Saturnalia gets crossed over with some other things, and then you get Christmas, and it still kind of goes back to Christ Mass, and so it's like a bunch of different things all put together to make Santa Claus. And that's how Jesus is. It's just like a merging of these different figures or characters that may have really existed or may not have, and you know, then legends grow and things get combined and thrown together, and then you get this mythological character who walked on water, changed water into wine, and you know, multiplied bread and fish for 1,000 people and all this good stuff. But and as a fictional character, Christ was probably brown because he was in the Middle East. You know, mostly the Middle East, Northern Africa, and yeah, you know, there's not a lot of really fair-skinned people in that area just due to geographical positioning and you know, climate. So, but then at the same time, was he even like I don't know. We only get the one description in Revelations or something. I think they describe Jesus coming back in Revelations. And what did they describe him as? Everybody knows it. What did they say? Nobody knows the description of Christ. I keep telling myself I'm going to paint a picture of Christ as the Bible describes him. Yeah? Yeah, what would that look like? If I paint a picture of Christ as he is described in the Bible. And so this is very tricky because, you know, we're all online now, and even especially people on Instagram. So I know you guys have scrolled through and seen the little weird depictions of angels. Have you seen any of those memes where you see this weird looking creature and it says, "Oh yeah, this is how an angel is actually described in the Bible"? And people look at it like, well, I thought angels were just like these beautiful humans with wings. Like, no. That's I don't even know like where we get that imagery from, other than like romanticizing the Bible through like Renaissance art or whatever. Because when you read the actual description, it's definitely just not like some person with wings. And the same goes for the depiction of Jesus Christ. Because most people haven't ever read it themselves, which is the funniest part. Like, people swear down they know what it says, and you never read it. You never read it. Yeah? You ever read the description of Christ yourself? Yo, Andrew, there's this new streaming platform called StreamYard. It's just like YouTube, but you can pull people up in like a Zoom meeting type thing for free. So, if you guys want to chill for a little while, I'm currently live on YouTube as we speak. Here, I'll show you guys. Yeah, I'm on air on YouTube. There's a couple guys in here. Got like 27 comments. So, Andrew Newbie is the clone. You might be. And so I have the PlayStation camera. This is how I'm streaming that. Wow, it's me looking at me holding a phone, looking at me. This is weird. There's too much technology going on right now. All right, but yeah, so I got the PlayStation, got some YouTube up on the laptop, using the iPad for my reference photo, streaming live off the iPhone. I'm surprised my Wi-Fi signal is holding up as tight as it is right now. Like everything is on. But I was going to say to Instagram, if you guys want to jump over to the YouTube channel just looks a little better because it has a bigger camera. And if we get enough people, I absolutely did not mean to put that right there. I'm talking too much and painting at the same time. All right, that didn't go right there. Anyway. If we get enough people over to the YouTube channel, and if you guys want to have like a live conversation where you can jump into my stream, I'm actually kind of anxious to try this out with a group of people, especially people that I don't know, so we can just talk about whatever, talk about stuff. I am so amped to try that out. So I know it's what is it? Early morning on a Tuesday. But once again, if you guys are just gonna chill for a while, you're not too busy. If you want to jump over to the YouTube channel, and if anyone does say that they want to be a part of the live chat, I'll definitely start up that platform, and so that we can all get in there. Because I do want to finish listening to this conversation here with Francesca and this guy talking about the history of the Bible. Oh, and then nobody never like gave the description for Christ. I wish I let me see. Who knows what chapter and verse that is in Revelations? Let me look it up real quick on the iPad. Let me see. That's not right. Revelations 1:14 and 15. Revelations 1:14 and 15. Okay. And that's not enough. Revelations. Okay. This is how they describe Christ in the Bible, right? So this is the King James version. I should pull out my old Bible. I have a Bible that's 130 years old with some of the original text in there and not this King James shit. Okay, it says his head and his hairs were white like wool. Okay, so listen. You have to read every word. His head, his whole fucking head. It didn't just say his hair. So if you're going to give me a detailed description, every word has to mean something, right? Because this is a detailed description. It says his head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow. It's not just his hair. His whole head was white. What the fuck does that mean? And not like white, like peachy, creamy, white people skin color. Because it says white like snow. And snow is white. And there is no person on earth that is white as snow. And so his whole head and his hair was white like snow. And his eyes were as a flame of fire. Have you ever read this part? Anybody ever read this part yet? No? You never read that part? The description of Jesus? Because people just say, oh, his hair was white and his feet were brown. That ain't what the shit says. It's not. It's not what it says. Okay, I'm going to read this verse again. His head and his hair were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire. What does fire look like? Reddish orange. So you got a white. Your whole head is white, like snow, and in the midst of this white, there's these two flaming reddish orbs. In his feet, like unto fine brass. That's where people stop. Oh, his feet were like brass, or some people say bronze, and then they just stop right there, right? But there's something that comes after that part. Do you know that, right? You know that, right? There's still some more of the sentence. So let's read the whole sentence. And his feet, like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace, in his voice as the sound of waters. So if you burn brass in the furnace, that shit is black. Not like a black person, not like black skin. And then on top of that, it could mean that his feet were glowing red hot, like brass in the furnace. Red hot. But it's not saying that he had brown or dark brown skin. and in his right hand 7 stars, and out of his mouth went a sharp toothed sword. So this is a really, really weird description of any person, being, thing, or anything like that. It's a really weird description. And so if I were to actually paint that exactly as it's described, I mean, word for word, exactly as it's described, that would be something that looks very fucking weird. And then if I title the piece Jesus, people are like, that's not Jesus. They're like, hey man, that's how the Bible told me Jesus looked, you know? It said his head was white, his eyes was fire, his feet was like brass inside of a furnace. And he had 7 stars in his hand and a sword coming out his mouth. Hey, what in the fuck is that? What is that? That's some wild shit. That's what that is.
Importance kind of stretched the longest throughout, over millennia. It's an incredible poem. Like, it kind of shows this very elevated, sophisticated, complex role of divine functions for a goddess, that are the kinds of things that we find, thousands of years later in the Hebrew Bible. We find that Yahweh is being described in similar ways.
Would you be willing to say that Yahweh's Johnny come lately? That's how I feel. I mean, I hate to be that way because a lot of people go, oh, well, atheists like you are antagonistic. You're trying to find something before, and all you have to do is have a Justin Martyr come on the scene and go, well, Satan knew, that's why. But it's still silly.
Yeah. Like the thing is that it's very difficult. One of the big kind of theological premises on which a lot of biblical theology is founded, is the idea that Yahweh was somehow extraordinary, that ancient Israelite religion was somehow different from the religions of surrounding peoples and cultures, and that somehow that extraordinary quality means that this deity is a deity wholly unlike any other deity across ancient Southwest Asia. That's what we find, Yahweh himself saying in the Bible all the time. In Isaiah, in Isaiah, so chapters 40 to 55, he's like, I am God, there is no other, there's nobody else like me, I am the only kind of deity. But, historically, we know that that's just not the case. Things are rarely, I'm not saying that that you don't get innovative shifts in religious thinking and religious imagination, of course you do. But there's nothing particularly unusual about Yahweh. There's nothing particularly extraordinary about him. So for the various different sorts of roles and functions and titles and we find examples of those used much earlier of lots of different types of deities. So this was part and parcel of a much broader cultural landscape, and Yahweh, if you like, is kind of like a local iteration of broader understandings of what deities, successful deities, frontline deities, were supposed to be doing.
I must skip to something interesting in my commentary about Inanna, or Ishtar, if you will. And I'm vindicating, Dr. Richard Carrier wrote an article about dying and rising gods. So I made this really cool documentary little video about this that I thought was interesting. And he talked about how Inanna, this goddess, was, with all this power, is kind of lowered or defamed, if you will, taking off, stripped naked, then made into a corpse, then hung on a hook for 3 days and 3 nights, and then is brought back to life, or something like 3 days, something to the same motif we see with Jesus, we see it with Jonah, we see it with other mythologies. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, certainly that particular myth about Ishtar Inanna I talk about in the book, and it's very much the goddess's decision that she wants to take over the underworld. I mean, she's seriously kick-ass, ambitious goddess. I adore her. But she's that idea of her sort of being stripped of all her divine, her bling, basically, her accessories. These were more than just kind of decorative items that were worn on divine bodies. A bit like high-status human bodies, these were ways of making the body, of rendering the body complete. So by stripping off, her headgear and her necklaces. She kind of deliberately diminishes herself because she has to in order to enter the underworld. But yeah, some people think that that's an example of a dying and rising god. It's not quite. I mean, yeah, she's turned into a corpse, a kind of like a hunk of meat, basically. So it's about her kind of debasement in very material terms. The whole debate about dying and rising gods is really complicated. I think the main ancient Southwest Asian, pre-Christian ancient Southwest Asian myth that we can certainly say is a dying and rising god is a myth concerning Baal from Ugarit. So late Bronze Age, Syria, the city-state of Ugarit, the modern site name is Ras Shamra. And in that, Baal is defeated by the god Mot, who's the god of death, who swallows him, because death is a swallower, which is where we get all that imagery in the Bible about, when the ground opens up and swallows kind of idolatrous priests. That's exactly what's going on there. The underworld swallows.
Jonah, the fish.
Yeah, exactly. Jonah being swallowed by the fish, exactly. But yeah, with Baal, he is certainly dies because his sister Anat and the sun goddess Shapsh go into the underworld to find him, and they find his corpse. He's buried in a tomb, and then days later, he is restored. So that, I mean, and that is like I said, there's very little in the Bible that's completely original.
I love this. Thank you for coming on. You're awesome. So God's being so concerned with food. This is something as well. But before we get to that, Ezekiel and Genesis. This is something I thought was fascinating because I always read the Bible as a Christian and always thought Genesis is the beginning, Revelation is it's written in the chronological order in which they were really written or something, because you're not told all these things. But you mentioned about this in Ezekiel. It talks about this king, this ruler who says in his heart, which is like where you think in the ancient world, organ, or your heart, which is down here, is actually where you think, not your brain. But we're not going to go there because I think you said that plenty of times on your other episodes. I really want to get something unique out of you in terms of this. So I will rise above the throne of God. I will
sit upon. Yeah, he wants to go up the holy mountain and sit on the throne of El, the high god. Yeah.
Yeah, and this was written before Genesis' account, or Genesis.
Yeah, so it's kind of complicated. So the story that we have so basically Genesis 2 and 3, the story of the expulsion from the Garden of Eden, it's not a fall, it's an expulsion, has a lot of similar motifs to a lot of material that we find in Ezekiel. And that material in Ezekiel is probably older. So that's probably, kind of 6th century, but drawing on an older motif, whereas the story that we find in Genesis is probably about 5th century. But they both share the same mythic kind of schema or trope in which you have this, the first human who across ancient Southwest Asian mythologies, the first human was generally understood to be a paradigm of the king. And the king was understood, the role of kingship, because a lot of these texts and myths were produced within royal high status contexts. So the first man is the paradigmatic man is the royal figure, the king, who is made and appointed to perform various tasks on behalf of the deity in the earthly realm. So the Ezekiel myth does talk about an anonymous ruler who, in the context in which we find the myth, is probably to be identified as one of the foreign kings that's harassing Yahweh's own people, like an Assyrian king or a Babylonian king, or possibly an Egyptian king, but probably Assyrian or Babylonian. And he says, I will ascend the holy mountains, I will make myself like a god. I will sit on the throne, on the seat of the gods in the divine council on the top of the holy mountain. And God, who here is the terms used for God are both El and Yahweh. He's like, no, you're not. I'm not having this at all. You're gonna die like an immortal. You're not a god. One of the kind of qualities of divine nature in some ways is kind of perpetual immortality. So even if, like Baal, you die, you don't die forever. You don't stay dead. You come back. So yeah, this king is expelled from this holy mountain, which in Ezekiel is also called Eden. It's this beautiful garden of God. He's expelled and sent down into the underworld, where he obviously dies, and then his corpse is exhumed and trampled by enemies. So this is about kind of wiping him out in every possible way. In the ancient world, you only exist for as long as you're remembered. So even after death, you have a post-mortem existence, and you continue to have a social relationship with the living. But if your tomb is desecrated, if your bones or your remains are destroyed, if you're eaten by wild animals, and shat out on the ground. That basically is completely eradicating you in a material sense, and therefore you can no longer be remembered, and you no longer exist. So that's what happens to this king. But yeah, it looks like a lot of that myth that we find, in a way, that Genesis material and the Ezekiel material are both later reflections of what looks to be an earlier kind of mythic trope about one divine or semi-divine figure trying to usurp an older, more senior divine figure and kind of being taken to task for it.
It just always excites me to learn this stuff. What about gods and food, right? So they're always concerned about food and not eating their food in the ancient world. Or says gods being so concerned with food and not you, humans, mortals, eating their food in the ancient world. Did the temple's demise change the understanding of God eating in Jewish thought? So I kind of wanted to get the idea, we're talking about him being a corporeal deity who needs to eat. Now
Yeah,
he doesn't have
food.
food.
Yeah, exactly. Because when we use the language of sacrifice in our own cultures today, we have the sense of that it's something like that we're giving up something. That it's hard for us to give up something. It's something very precious. But the sacrifice in the ancient world, you didn't just sacrifice living things, animals or humans sometimes. You could also sacrifice all the other things that were important and sort of the mainstay products of human consumption. So you can sacrifice wine and beer and honey and oil and bread and fruit and cakes. And so sacrifices in temple economies were a way of getting money into the temple. But it was a way of sharing a meal with the deity. So say if I was a worshipper, actually let's say you, because we're talking about a very masculinist kind of culture here. If you wanted to go to the temple because you want to petition the deity for a particular kind of
98.
One way. Let's turn them up.
Since a young, he had rock star dreams. This is my story. Dreams. This is my story. Why is you niggas green? If I know you ain't solid, why would I let you on my team? Got some goals headed, I'ma reach them by any means. My niggas talking shit, don't even pose a third. If you send some acting funny, just know that this some shit that they did. And I ain't thinking that you know this shit. Made mistakes inside the past, I'm trying to get over it. People judge out the mistakes that I made, but I'm only human. Gave you my trust and you cost me Julian Newman. Post on the block like you and trap house booming. North City spot, trying to get it on the zone. Post on the block like you and trap house booming. North City spot, trying to get it on the zone. Post on the block like you. You and trap house boom. Star dreams. This is my story. Why cause you niggas green? If I know ain't solid, why would I let you on my team? Got some goals headed, I'ma reach them by any means. My niggas talking shit, don't even pose a third. If you send some acting funny, just know that it's some shit that they did. And I ain't thinking that you know that pressure been applied and I ain't folded yet. Mama told me step it up, I'm getting older. Got a whole lot of weight up on my shoulder. Like a bankroll when pressure applied, no I ain't folding. All they did was tell me lies and I ain't noticed. Mama told me step it up, I'm getting older now. Got a whole lot of weight up on my shoulders now. Never performed at the show, but every now and then you would catch me rolling out. All too much gas, had to slow it down. Had snakes in the grass, I ain't know about. I had to mow it down. Ain't people that was on, but I know this now. Know this now. People telling me to focus on the big picture. People telling me to focus on the big picture. Young nigga trying to run them up 6 figure. Double cup red lean with a big jigger. People telling me to focus on the big picture. People telling me to focus on the big picture. Young nigga trying to run them up 6 figure. Double cup red lean with a big jigger. Young, he had rock star dreams. This is my story, why cause you niggas green? If I know you ain't solid, why would I let you on my team? Got some goals headed, I'ma secret agenda. Stood on the block like a sinner. Niggas sweeter than splendor. Wasn't on what you want right now, back then, yeah, I remember. People change, feelings change. Just charge it up to the game. Reach for my chain, buzz his brain. Reach for my chain, buzz his brain. Niggas switching and snitching. I swear the hood ain't the same. Put my all to stuff with no outcome and have me going insane. Seem like I hear sirens every time I'm outside. When shit started to add up, that's when your homies divide. Like, is you just talking or you really down to ride? If you won't step for yourself, then how you expect me to slide? I played the cards I was dealt and made it here without no help. Bang EBK WG on the belt. Fall hard like Rucker, go get up your rough. If you playing both sides, I can't deal with it. These niggas be flagging like hell. Fuck with my fam, so we got a real hit. Slide on your home, hope you got to steal with it. Got in that room and you up and told. Don't be claiming that you a real nigga. If I catch you on shooting to kill nigga. For the faking, I'm gon' keep it real with you. Spin with my mask on my ear, nigga. Hit a big girl for the kill switch. Niggas be burning the deal pill. Bills playing cards, I still wouldn't deal with you. To be honest, I don't fuck with none of y'all. If I catch them together, I got them all. Catch them is a mass killer. When you working like this, you can brag this. If I catch them, I'ma blast. Better pray you ain't dog like the last nigga. If I catch you, I'ma blast. Throw the chopper and leave you in the past. People change, feelings change. Just charge it up to the game. Reach for my chain, buzz his brain. Reach for my chain, buzz his brain. Niggas switching and snitching. I swear the hood ain't the same. Put my all into stuff with no outcome and have me going insane. It's a cold world that we living in. They just wanna see me fall like the leaves. Fighting anxiety, it's hard to breathe. Been how I feel, but I guess it's no need. When shit get hard, people tend to leave. But so focused on the stuff I want. Gotta overlook the shit I need. It's hard to open other people. My heart cold as the winter. Plus when they come around, they have their secret agenda. On the block like a sinner. Niggas sweeter than splendor. Wasn't on what you want right now, back then, yeah, I remember.
Yo, my homeboy just sent me some of his son's music. Them songs are not too bad, yo. Alright, so I gotta take a bathroom break. When I come back, like I said, if somebody wants to jump in the stream with me, have this religious debate or something. But I do gotta go to the bathroom.
You might take, I don't know, a lamb or a couple of chickens, and you would take these to the temple, the priest would sacrifice it on your behalf, and then some of that food would be burnt on the altar as food for the deity, who would smell, was constantly told in the Hebrew Bible that Yahweh is attracted to the sweet aroma, the pleasant aroma of sacrifice, kind of, you know how like when you can smell the barbecue and you're like, God, that smells really good. It's like that. It calls the deity into this social relationship around the altar with humans. And so the deity would eat part of that sacrifice normally, and then the priests and other ritual officials would eat the rest, and then you would also get a little part as well. So you're kind of sharing in a meal with the deity, and this was a way of basically forging and maintaining a social relationship with the god. So just as the same way that food times, like meal times, are important social family occasions for all of us, think about the great, the big festivals that we celebrate, whether it's Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever it is. Food and a particular kind of feast is a focal part of that, and that's because it's about this sense of bringing a community, a group of people together. You forge and maintain social identities and relationships, and that's exactly what temple sacrifice was about.
As far as the eating that really caught my attention, you did it really well in making me think of something I never thought about, and that is God just got done flooding all humanity. Let's forget that there's earlier Mesopotamian myths that really give us the precedence for why this is, and they kind of give you a different reason in the biblical account, getting God off the hook for just being annoyed for noises and whatnot. But here is like this complete genocide of the human race. And here's this one guy he finds, it's like, well, you know what? I like Noah, okay? And his family can have this little group. Noah gets the barbecue up as soon as dry land comes up, and God smells it.
Yeah.
And am I correct in assessing this and saying God was ready to eradicate all, and then he smelt that meat, and he said, why did I kill all these humans?
It's not so much that he said, yeah, it's not so much he says, why did I kill all these humans? Because within the kind of narrative arc of that story, and obviously that story between Genesis 6 and 9 is drawing on all sorts of different other traditions. So it's been kind of edited and redacted and shaped into a kind of a narrative. But within that narrative frame, you've got the sense that God's not pissed off. You know, he doesn't regret. He regrets that, you know, he floods the world because he regrets having made humankind because they have become so corrupt, mainly through having sex with divine beings. But that's another story in Genesis 6 that we can talk about. But so when he smells the smell of the sacrifice, of Noah's sacrifice, it's then when he says that he decides that he will never again flood the earth. And not just he will never again destroy humankind, he will never again destroy living creatures. So it's a kind of a covenant, or a relationship, an agreement with non-human as well as with human life, which I think is quite an important theological point given the state of the world and the climate crisis at the moment. It's quite an important point, you know, for these kind of particular Christians who think that the earth is ours to exploit no matter what. I think that's a really important theological point in those particular traditions. About
as far as the food goes, though, because they're so, like, he's butthurt about Adam eating this fruit. Like, it's obvious that food is so important in the ancient Near East for the gods. So I kind of wondered if, like, that sacrifice he made to God made an impact where he kind of has this, like, I've starved before, like, where I'm, like, feeling like I'm dying, and then a fresh plate of barbecue comes before you, some really fresh cooked meal, and then it's like, I am thankful for everything. Like, I am willing to start over, a fresh start, because that food was everything to me. I wondered if that food played that kind of role in God's mind of, like, you know what, man is continually wicked, his heart's continually wicked, it says in the context there, so I'm thinking it's like, tomato, like, look, you made me some food, and I don't know if that made him convinced that he didn't want to do this.
I think because, again, within the narrative arc of the story, this is the first sacrifices offered. I mean, yes, you've got Cain and Abel offering their sacrifices in Genesis 4, but then that whole generation, so that's pre-flood humanity. They've been wiped out. Noah is the only one left, and so this is the first kind of ending moment of that new beginning with the new humanity that is going to affect Noah and his kids and their families. And so, yeah, it's exactly that thing about sitting around a table and this idea of forging intense relationships, social relationships. That's exactly what's going on with that sacrifice. And it's, and it is. He smells the pleasing smell, and it pleases God. He wants sacrifices. So yeah, then fast forward to the destruction of the Jerusalem temple, first in the 6th century BCE, and then again in 70 CE. The loss of the temple for those scribal communities who were producing a lot of these texts, Jerusalem temple was huge, and so when the temple's not there, sacrifice, then that does necessarily shift theologically the way in which you might understand those sorts of offerings to function for the deity.
I really, really appreciate your answer there. I was going to ask you, I'm going to skip the least important ones because I really want to get to some of the questions from our audience. Of course, idols are technically a derogatory term for other gods, which is better understood, and you do not beat around the bush, shit gods. So you mind telling us what a shit god is and what the language is? And I want everyone to please get the book. I cannot brag enough about it. So please tell us what a shit god is, or better yet, an idol.
So we get the word idol from the Greek Bible. So in other words, the ancient Greek translation of the Hebrew scriptures. That's where this, and quite often the Greek term idol particularly translates a Hebrew word, gilulim, which is a plural term, particularly is best translated as shit gods. It comes from a word that means that's used of dung, of kind of rolled up, like balls of dung, rolled up poo, basically. And it's a term that we particularly find in the book of Ezekiel and other kind of priestly type literature. And it's a way, again, of debasing cult statues of deities. So Yahweh probably had his own cult statues within worshipping communities. Obviously we have the prohibition on images in Deuteronomy and Exodus, which, you don't tell people not to do something unless they're doing it. So Gilulim is used as a deliberate way of really talking down, it's shit talking basically. It's really talking down the cult statues of other deities. Because don't forget, cult statues were understood to be the deity. They weren't just a representation or a symbol. They were understood to manifest the deity. That's where that term comes from.
About Baal, where I used this recently because this is my new Bible. I'm like, okay, remember when Elijah is talking to the Baal, the priest of Baal, and he says, where is your God? Did he go, and is he defecating? Now,
he's basically said, why is your God not answering you what your prayers? Maybe he's busy, maybe he's on a journey, maybe he's taking a shit. Is basically what Elijah has said to the prophets of Baal. Yeah, and it is that sense. So I mean, there was a sense that some, in some cultures there was it's perfectly well understood that deities might defecate. It's not something that we ever find ascribed directly to Yahweh, but that kind of taunt that we find in the story of Elijah and the prophets of Baal, it shows that the kind of scatology played a big role in theology, and that's exactly what's going on with Ezekiel's language of the shit gods, the Gilunim. It's kind of like trying to smear them with something, render them dirty, and ritually dirty, as well as kind of conceptually based.
This is going to sound a little awkward, but the next question I have is about the Sabbath and seventh day idea. There's a guy who's floated around on the internet, those in the chat know. He's been very kind to me, don't get me wrong, but he's gone around bragging victory over all these academics that I've had on and saying we're all under a seventh-day calendar. And this all started with the God of the Bible, a seventh-day calendar. Therefore, we're all technically responsible and, we are under this God's jurisdiction. So we are all technically sinners who need to repent to this God because this is the true God. Look, we have 7 days. And I was reading the book. Right, I know. And I was reading the book. The origin of the seventh-day Sabbath was my question. Maybe you have a thought on. But you mentioned a Sumerian lament where Inanna is singing to Enlil because he is sleeping while his people and their land are in famine on page 256. Maybe I can read it, teasing people to really get this book. I can't tell you how much I'm impressed with this. The goddess Inanna traveled from her temple to Uruk to Nippur in the hope of rousing Enlil. Feigning my father's fanes lying down, she cried. May I soothe his heart, may I pacify his liver, may I direct my words to his distressed heart. Sitting on his lap, she sings him awake with the refrain, O sleeping one, how long will you sleep? Inanna's lament was considered so powerful that her cult singers recited it in her temple at Uruk on the 7th day of each month in the hope of appeasing the gods for any unknown misdemeanor which might prompt untimely or stimulated slumber. Precautionary measures were only sensible. Discerning the difference between a sleeping god and a sulking god was not always easy. Many centuries later, in the 6th century CE, Yahweh's worshippers were singing petitions to awaken him to the devastating aftermath of the Babylonian attack. Rouse yourself. Why do you sleep, O Yahweh? Awake. Do not cast us off forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there's lots of stuff to unpack there. I mean, the 7th day is 7 is a very significant number in a lot of ancient Southwest Asian cultures, and so time is commonly divided up. I mean, not always. I mean, in some contexts, like in certain Egyptian contexts, the number 10 is very important. But 7 is very common in a lot of ancient Southwest Asian cultures as a
Live streaming can be tricky, and sometimes trying to find the right software to make your streams look really professional can be a real chore.
This is an advertisement for that platform that my homie put me on. We've been using it for a couple of days. He already got like a membership subscription to it. I still been using the free Joan. I'm trying to really think if I need a membership for it or not. Like I don't know. It's such a different platform. I would hate to just like use it for my art. It's more of a conversation platform for conversations and having group conversations. And so I like it. It's fun. but sometimes it's hard for me to paint and still be in the conversation at the same time. That's why I asked if you guys want to chat, I'll turn it on. If not, we'll just keep on painting. My counter says 2 people are in here, but I don't know, it's probably pros. I'm not sure. If someone is in here, could you do me a favor and just make one comment, a question mark, or anything? You know, it doesn't have to be anything dramatic. Yeah, too, I wish there was some other way that I could put this camera so I don't have to hold my iPad. I might, I don't know. I really wish I had another setup now. But it is what it is for the time being. I wonder if I put something right there. No, it doesn't work. I was trying to get that white to tone down a little bit in the camera, but I can't. Let's skip this commercial.
Of marking time, and probably primarily scholars think because we see 7 planets in the night sky, you know, with the naked eye at that time. So these seem to, you know, it was a particularly powerful, special number. So it's not unusual to have 7 pop up a lot across these cultures, and not unusual to have the idea of a period of time being 7 days was not unique to Yahweh worshipping cultures either. So that's one thing. I mean, the idea of the bit that you read is when I'm talking about the notion that for a lot of Yahweh's worshippers, inaction, divine inaction or divine neglect, could be understood to reflect either a God who was sleeping or a God who had simply withdrawn. You know how we all kind of, you know, if you're kind of depressed or tired or sulky, you take to your bed and you just don't want to engage with anybody. It's kind of a similar kind of thing for the gods of the ancient world. You know, they might just withdraw socially completely. And so when in that particular poem that I referred to in the Hebrew Bible, you know, arouse, you know, wake up, O arm of Yahweh, that's because that was written in the time of the Babylonian destruction and exile, so destruction of the temple, the exile of elites to Babylonia. And they're saying, you know, they're singing to Yahweh's arm, you know, his fighting arm, wake up, you have to kind of rescue us from enslavement in a foreign land. You have to come and fight for us. You know, they just assume that his withdrawal is because sleeping, you know, so he has completely disappeared from their lives. So that's very common.
The idea of Sabbath meaning 7, but also is rest, is that this is predating the Bible by millennia. I mean, the Yahweh cult is late, Johnny come lately again, right, on this notion, but the unique way that they've kind of instrumented it to be, that might be unique, right? How they've made it into be, or is there a Sabbath that preceding this culture where they're resting with their God?
I mean, yeah. I mean, some scholars have certainly argued that in certain cults of particular deities that you had a Shabbat, a day of rest. And that was as much for the deity as it was for worshippers. But yeah, like I said, there's very little that is kind of purely innovative in some ways. Like when you're looking at these kinds of the ways in which the ritual calendar is organized, and ways in which certain sacrifices function, the ways in which certain, you know, ideas about what a temple is, what a deity is, you know, there's I'm not saying there's nothing innovative, but the grand shape of things is not particularly exceptional in that sense. But I mean, I like the idea of, you know, we've got this sense that, you know, the Sabbath, you know, Shabbat is a day of reflection and kind of theological thinking, and not working because you're meant to be focused very much on the idea of being in this relationship with the deity. But But you get a particular verse in Exodus in which Yahweh himself is talking, and he sort of says that on the seventh day he had to catch his breath because he was tired. Having made the universe in days 1 to 6, he was tired, or he was running out of puff on the seventh day.
You see that
so
in
there is
Hebrew,
that
right?
sense of rest. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we're not
in
reading
Hebrew,
that.
Yeah, in the Hebrew, in that particular verse in Exodus, it uses the same word that's used to describe the kind of catching, someone who's been doing hard manual labour, kind of like sitting and resting and catching their breath like that. It's the same word that's used, which is a really nice image. I mean, it's a very companionable image, isn't it? Kind of likening it, kind of theologically, it's showing that God put all this exertion and work into creating this beautiful world. So in some ways, it's kind of nice.
Yeah, in some ways, and then in other ways, I kind of want to emphasize the ancient construction worker God was. In fact, he must be the first person who was ever making humans from clay, I suspect, right? I'm being sarcastic here. To read a part of your book, page 277, again, I love this, by the way. I cannot tell you. I'm like, I pause the Audible, and then I go in and I write it down, then I get the page, and I'm highlighting. It's my Bible. Clay-shaping bodies had long been a ritual actively undertaken by both gods and mortals. In a Sumerian myth, the ingenious god Enki and the birth goddess Nenma had crafted the first humans from clay. What's this? Peopling their temples? I think, okay. Yeah, peopling their temples, farms, and fields with worshippers devoted to their service. In a related tradition, the goddess Mami chanted an incantation as Enki trod the clay for her to shape into people. At Ugarit, it was process similarly performed by El, who had made an exorcism goddess from clay to cure King Kurta. I shall create a remover of sickness, an expeller of disease. He fills his hands with the best of clay. He pinches off that which is used by a potter. Meanwhile, in Egypt, the god most frequently associated with the creation of humans was Khnum, who crafted all living things, including some gods, on his potter's will. I love that. You are the master of the will. Who is pleased to model on the will? You have made humans on the will. You have created the gods. You have modeled the small and large cattle. You have formed everything on your will each day in your name, Khnum, the potter. That sounds like the Bible, but way earlier.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. It's like, clay shaping is, the one that it was the most important substance in some ways within these particular cultures because it's so, it's there, it's everywhere. I mean, you need good quality clay to make kind of like a figurine or whatever. But it's the base stuff of life, the understanding that humans are made from, not just humans, but other living beings were made from clay, as you demonstrated, wasn't just a biblical kind of idea. It was a much older, far more widespread idea across ancient Southwest Asia. So yeah, the idea that humans made, when humans made their figurines of gods out of clay, they were mimicking the gods themselves who made humans out of clay. So it's the primal matter of life in these particular cultures. But yeah, it's a lovely image, and yeah, like I think that's why it's so important to set these biblical texts within their broader cultural context, is because otherwise you get all sorts of claims being made about the innovative, unique status of certain theological ideas, and therefore they are so exclusive that therefore they must be true. They're not. But it's, they're all drawing on a much wider, broader, richer cultural tradition, and it's just that Yahweh just happens to be one God among many, who but he just happens to be the God that's kind of survived into the modern day, unlike Inanna or which is such a shame. I'd much rather be her still around.
I wish we knew a lot more too about these gods that come before, because we kind of only know from our tradition what's being preserved, and I just wish we knew a lot more. I have a few more questions. I have 3 more, in fact, and then I'd love to get in Q&A. And Dr. Stavrakopoulos, if I may, I would love to send you a gift in some way for your time, because literally, like, I seriously appreciate you. And there's so many people who've been anticipating this. Right now, we have, to give you an example, 535 people watching live right now.
Wow.
Yes, we have a large audience watching, and I want to make sure I try to cover their super chats. So that means I'd like to send you, some money for your time, because I value it. I seriously do. With that being said, if I could get my 3 questions and then we just try to get through the super chats, I'm asking you not to hate me in advance, just because, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right, so as far as the curse thing goes, speaking of curses and blessings, Cain gets a curse on his forehead. You mentioned in your book that priests would put a sign on their forehead or something in the temple, and the priests would wear a mark in the temple on their foreheads. Does this play any role in Cain's curse? You do say it does in some way. Can you tell us what's going on?
I think this is basically about amulets. So it's basically about, so if you think about the way in which, so in Shema, in Deuteronomy, Yahweh by Moses tells the Israelites that they are to write the words of all this Torah, this law, bind it on their hands and bind it on, it should be like an amulet between their eyes. So this is the, for those who are familiar with kind of very traditional Jewish practice, this is tefillin, so the little boxes or pouches that are worn on the head and on the hands. So these are kind of like almost like power words that act as amulets. Amulets aren't kind of just a good luck charms. They are apotropaics. In other words, they ward off harm. They ward off evil. And that's exactly what happens with the high priest. In certain biblical texts, the high priest has to kind of write the name belonging to Yahweh on his head before he goes into the temple, because it almost like protects him from the dangerous glare and presence of the deity. And so in the same way, even though God is mega pissed off with Cain because he offers the wrong kind of sacrifice, poor guy, he's not even told the rules, you know what I mean? And he offers the wrong kind of sacrifice. And then he kills his brother, but which is the bigger crime, let's face it. And then so, he's expelled again, like his parents were expelled from Eden. Cain is then expelled from the presence of Yahweh, and he has to kind of wander.
I want to tell you a story.
I used to believe that Jesus was a Catholic God of the Gentiles.
Around, to the edges of the world. And he worries that he's going to become, he's going to be a target. He's going to be a target for hate crime, and sort of vigilantes. And so Yahweh writes a protective mark on him, which again seems to, so it's the idea that writing, not just the words that are written, but the actual presence of the written words, of any kind of word, the presence of writing was almost like a magical, powerful amulet, and it could protect. That's why you have writing in tombs and that kind of thing. It protects the dead in their tombs, much like these amulets on the high priest's head and on Cain's head protect them from harm as well.
This was practiced well before Yahweh.
Yeah, it's very common. I mean, it's why, stamp seals or cylinder seals, these little things that are pressed and rolled, inscribed, pressed or rolled into wet clay to seal jars of olives or to seal documents or whatever. They also functioned as little amulets. You wore them on the body. They were made of stone or sometimes bone, and they weren't just jewelry. They were like protective amulets as well, with like writing on them. So it's all a part and parcel of this much broader world in which words like inscriptions and images worn on the body could play this kind of protective role, like an amulet.
It's almost like people who feel lucky when they wear their cross and they're out somewhere and they just feel like they have protection. Well put. Okay, so there's this really old face. 9,500 years ago, worshippers most desire to be face to face with God, right? In the Bible, we talk about it. Moses just wants to be face to face, and he actually is face to face with God on one account. And then, there's even this weird hint in the New Testament. Marcion seemed to reflect, and he says, like Jesus said that no one has seen God except him. So how has Moses seen God if he's saying that no one has? So you kind of wonder if Marcionism has some leg up in the New Testament. I don't know. I'll leave that up for you guys to debate. Point is, everyone wants to be face-to-face with God, but they're also terrified at what might become of this. So you mentioned this concept of the Jericho skull that's 9,500 years old, possibly older. Do you think this stems from that far back? I mean, we're talking about Göbekli Tepe kind of.
When I'm talking about the Jericho skull, so this is like Neolithic, this object, and and I'm sure like your viewers will know, but these are these plastered skulls that we find. So somebody underwent head modification when they were a child, when they were born. As they were selected for this process when they were born. They had their heads bound and, then lived a normal life. And whenever they died in adulthood, buried under the floors of their homes, which was a normal kind of process then in those particular Neolithic cultures. Sometime not too long after, the body is exhumed, the head is removed, the remnants of the flesh and skin scraped away, and then the face is reshaped with clay and then painted, sort of it's rubbed shiny, it's kind of given a red pigment or hue. Some have little moustaches painted on them, some have kind of like these wigs of like rush hair, and they're really super cool. But these heads sit up on their own. They're kind of reshaped and remolded with plaster to sit up on their own, like the way they sit up in museum cabinets today. They just kind of sit there. And it's a way of creating an otherworldly being. And I use this example of the Jericho skull in my book to talk about the ways in which, even without talking, without touching, it's that sense of being face to face with another being, even an otherworldly being, as the Jericho skulls are meant to represent. We don't know whether they were ancestors or gods. I don't think they were either. I think they are just some kind of otherworldly being, because these faces were remade and reshaped several times over for almost like different ritual purposes. But it's that sense of coming face to face with worldly, and that's what that really kind of represents. So then it's not directly related to what we have going on in biblical traditions, but it's that same sense of just how important faces are. That's why we see faces wherever we go. Do you know what I mean? You see faces in the clouds, in the shape of clouds, whatever. It's because I think we're built as humans to see other social beings and to recognize them. It's like why we're fonder of animals that have faces that are a little bit like ours, rather than, eyes around here and nose is down here. I don't know.
It's a good point. Like it's like a proto-evolutionary explanation of what ended up creating what we ended up believing about things.
Some cognitive science of religion scholars who kind of look at the ways in which certain kinds of patterns or tropes of behavior are very much bound up with our evolutionary cognitive genetics and development and context, and they would argue that it's a basic kind of human premise to imagine our gods as like us, basically.
Thank you for that answer. I've got one more, and this is, I'd love for you to take whatever amount of time you want with this. It's a complicated question I've asked myself on MythVision for many years now, actually. And then I'd love to get into our super chats. Like I said, I want to gift you with something for your time today. And no more question super chats, please. I put that down in the banner because they take time, and we don't want to leave people hanging. You're more than welcome to show love and support, a little shout out, but I really don't want to take too much more time of Dr. Stavrakopoulos coming on here. So she wants to see my email and not go, that guy again? No, thank you. So my last question is this. What are a few reasons you think a historical Jesus, because you started your research with this question, exists over the mythicist model, whatever model you want to put? Are there a few things in your head that make you go the direction there was probably a guy? And can you give us those examples?
Yeah, there was probably a guy so not the guy that's described or talked about in the Gospels, certainly not the guy that's described or talked about in, some of the later Christian traditions and texts. There was probably a guy, and the only reason I say that is because of the relatively short period of time in between, and I'm kind of radical in a lot of ways, but I'm not that radical. So I think it's a relatively short period of time between things of, say, Paul, which are like mid-50s, and the likely execution occurred. I reckon there was a guy who was executed. And my main reasons are probably a lot of the stuff that's said about John the Baptist, interestingly, I think that's trying to it makes sense to me that there was a John the Baptist type. We know there are lots of these kinds of figures wandering around. Honi the circle drawer is one of my favourites. He was like kind of this failed kind of figure. I think he wasn't failed. He was very popular. He was that, he had his methods, basically drawing circles and standing in them. But, the kind of John the Baptist Jesus thing, that looks to me like a massive kind of polemic as a way of trying to say, what's the relationship between these two figures? John the Baptist had his head cut off. This Jesus guy, was crucified. So you've got two kind of executed figures who have been brought together. That to me suggests that there's somebody is trying to reconcile these two popular cult leaders. So it's that and the kind of the relatively early date of the Paul stuff. But Paul didn't meet the guy. Paul's very clear that he didn't meet the guy at all. So who knows? But whoever he was, I suspect that at the very least, there was probably a guy, or maybe a series of guys or leaders, but one of them was executed. It was devastating. Obviously, I don't think he resurrected from the dead. Equally, I don't think that a lot of those reports of encountering Jesus after he's been crucified, I don't think they necessarily are indexing the idea that these people thought they'd seen a resurrected body. I think, this was, people encountered the dead and the shades of the dead all of the time in those cultures. So I don't see that as kind of anything at all.
I agree.
I kind of flip on that. Yeah, it's more probable than improbable that some guy existed and was executed. Probably had some kind of relationship with a kind of John the Baptist type figure. Beyond that, who knows?
So you wouldn't rest your soul on this? Oh,
I know.
Yeah, right? Okay.
I like gambling.
Yeah, I like to tell people that if you're wanting to make sure you don't go to hell, become a Myth Vision member of the YouTube channel or join the PayPal. Do you want to really risk it? I don't think you do. So please do so. All right, I'm going to your super chats, and once again, thank you for everybody who supported us today. I want to just get that out of the way. Let's get to your questions. No more questions, super chats. Let's roll. Constellation Pegasus, thank you for the super chat. I hope this isn't too off topic, but what's the opinion on Hinduism being the oldest organized religion?
Oh, I don't know. It depends what you mean by religion. It depends what you mean by organized. It depends what you mean by oldest. Hinduism isn't one of my areas of specialty at all, so I feel very unqualified to comment on it. But I think like most religious movements or bodies, or I think it's got very, very ancient roots. When we see it as becoming organized as such, I mean, it's hard to know. I mean,
recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local recordings are now available on StreamYard. Have you ever done a recording where your guest just had terrible internet issues? They were blurry, they were freezing, you could almost hardly hear them. Well, with local recordings from StreamYard, you'll be able to download.
Is Judaism really organized? Is Christianity really organized? I don't know. Because you look at the differences in Christianity alone, there are so many different flavors and so disagreements. It's hard to know. So, what the opinion is on that, but there's a great guy at Rutgers University, his name escapes me, who is an expert on these kinds of things. So look him up, he'll know.
Thank you so much. No, and just so you know, I have a lot of academics. The best thing they do say is, that's out of my field, or I'm not certain, I wouldn't want to give you that. So it's a respectable response. Don't mind me using the rag here from time to time. I just, we talk about tears too, where the water flows and stuff. Anyway, that's stuff you go into in your book. Constellation, thank you. ScholarVid, throughout your career, you have experienced significant pushback from the universities where you've taught against some of the hypotheses you've put forth. Is that true? And I'm going to put your book up while you're doing stuff. So.
I've not had pushback from the universities I've taught at. In the UK, it's very different from the US. In the US, there's a lot of places that teach, that do biblical studies and stuff, which are very confessional. And so you kind of have to sign some faith declaration before you can teach there. The UK is very different. It tends to be, theoretically at least, very secular. I mean, obviously, a lot of my colleagues are Christian or Jewish or Muslim or whatever. So I've not had pushback from the universities. I have had pushback from individual staff and colleagues. But yeah, nothing that I can't handle. So yeah, it's fine.
Well, can you give us one example? Just what's one that you would say is a big one that always comes up?
I think the one that always kind of has stayed with me is when I was very early in my actually when I was teaching at Oxford. I taught there for 2 or 3 years when I was doing my postdoctoral work. And there was a theological training college that was kind of affiliated to the university. And I was giving the main university lectures on the Hebrew Bible and the history of Israel and that kind of thing. And I was told that I had been blacklisted by students at this particular theological college because they felt that A, I was an atheist, B, I was a heretic, C, blah, 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 blasphemy, blah, 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 all the usual stuff. But that stayed with me because that was the first time. I was very early in my career. I'd only just finished my doctorate. And I was like, why would you not come to the Oxford University lectures just because you don't like the woman? Oh, woman lecturing.
Yeah, that's something I bet we could have an hour conversation about what your life in your career has been like as a woman. But yeah, maybe we can cover that at some point. I'd love that. Thank you so much for that. Esoterica, my buddy Justin Sledge, Dr. Justin Sledge, do you think there is any continuity between your study to the later Shi'ur? Is that Shi'ur Qamar?
Shi'ur Qamar. I talk about it in the book. Yeah. So this is a particular kind of mystical Jewish tradition, supposedly arising in kind of Roman era Palestine, but we find most of the text beginning to circulate around Europe primarily in about the 11th, 12th century CE. And the text literally means the measure of the body, and it's a way of talking about various aspects of the divine nature of God, of the Jewish God, but using the size and measurements of his body parts. So in that text, for example, the length of his nose is the same as the length of his little finger. But, he's got this massive body. And it's a very mystical text. It's kind of like such a specialist esoteric text. It's got lots of links with the sort of medieval forms of Kabbalah. So, yeah, I talk about that particular text in the book.
Yeah, in one of your parts in the book, I always get a chuckle when I come across it because I was an evangelical. Like, God was spirit, which meant invisible, which meant, other than the body of Jesus, which, how that works, you go into all of that. But the idea, God is hung more than a horse, okay? Like, God's has the biggest penis. So for those guys out there who think you're going to compete, we just might as well give up and stay what we are, mortals. Your book is very blunt, so I feel like these blunt conversations are necessary to just point out this is what the God of the Bible is. So, Impossible is Nothing. Thank you for the super chat. Just got Dr. Stavrakopoulos' book from Amazon. Loving the education. I was hoping to luck out like Derek and get the blinged out UK cover, but alas, I got the basic American cover. Oh well.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. It's so, I don't understand why, publishers know better than me. I don't understand why the American publishers, who are a great publisher, Knopf, but why they decided to go with the red cover and a picture of God's dad driving a car, which looks like to me driving a car. But yeah, thank you so much for buying the book. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I did pin it at the top of the chat, get you a copy. I don't know why I got this copy. I live in North Carolina in the United States, so I don't understand it, but thank you for that support. And I did put that up there, so please get it. Is it Bonapal? Thank you for the super chat. Was Yahweh a Midianite god before becoming an Israelite god?
I don't know about whether he was a Midianite god. We know so little about these particular kind of designations that are given to particular territorial groups. But certainly, I suspect he came. We've got some of the oldest poetry in the Hebrew Bible, an origin, a location in what is now southern Jordan, basically. So I think he came from like that kind of red wilderness area that we associate. So what's called Edom in the Hebrew Bible is now southern Jordan. So some scholars, some of my colleagues are really keen on the Midianite hypothesis as a means of, so has this god somehow come up from what is now sort of the Arabian Peninsula and up? It's possible. But yeah, I think the most we can say is that he kind of comes from down that way rather than up in the north as earlier generations of scholars used to argue. But yeah, I'd go with kind of, he comes from the southern Jordan area.
It's a complex issue because the data is not great. Thank you for the super chat. We have 650 people watching. Hit the like button. Get the book now because the apocalypse is coming. And when it comes, all you got to do is show the book and they won't hurt you. That's Darius. Jordan Kelp, thank you for the super chat. Do you think the original temple in Jerusalem had a large cultic statue of Yahweh? Thanks to both of you for the work y'all do. Thank you.
Do you know what? If I had to put money on it, I'd say that there was a cult statue of Yahweh in the Jerusalem temple in the Iron Age. I don't know how big it would have been. I mean, even within Mesopotamian, we know that they had like all sorts of different kind of cult statues, but even Mesopotamian examples weren't particularly big. But if I had to put money on it, I'd say, yeah, I reckon there was probably a human-shaped, an anthropomorphic cult statue of Yahweh in the Jerusalem temple at some early stage. Was it there up until the destruction of the Babylonian temple? I don't know, but we do have some interesting, that language in the Hebrew Bible that talks about the Babylonian kings coming in and taking what's normally translated as vessels of Yahweh. It's the same vessels term that's used on the Moabite stone, which is dated much earlier to the 9th century, about King Mesha of Moab and the Omrid dynasty of Israel. That too talks about the vessels of Yahweh being dragged. Vessels can also, it doesn't just mean, bits and pieces, bowls and spoons and stuff. It I think that probably means cult objects. So yeah, if I put money on it, I'd say yeah.
Thank you, Jordan. Wonderful question. Evangelical Humanist says, happy anniversary, Derek. Thank you. 15 years. She's put up with me that long.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you. I am lucky. I am definitely lucky. My Asherah is stuck by my side, and I don't plan on ever getting rid of her. Stop scamming, man. I'm going to do better than Yahweh on this one. Stop scamming, man. Hi. Any thoughts on whether or not Solomon existed?
Oh, yeah. I really do. Do you know what? It's so... I see the David and Solomon stories as reflecting two competing foundation traditions. But they're both kind of credited with building temples. So, it's David that says, I'm going to build the temple, and, and he picks the place, and he gets, the threshing floor, and he sorts it all out. Oh, but then it's actually his son Solomon that builds it. I think that these are two competing traditions about the foundation myth of the temple. And Solomon's name itself is really interesting. Because it looks like it's kind of like it's such a common kind of construct of a name, but you have this really interesting story about David and his son with Bathsheba, this son that dies, and the son is called Yedidiah, which basically means beloved of Yah. His name is a play on kind of though beloved as well. So, and Solomon said it.
And what would happen if every person in the United States suddenly visited your website? Would it crash? Not if you built your site on Wix.
Just all looks these all look like kind of typological names in some ways. So I doubt that we can talk about a historical David or a historical Solomon. I'm not saying that these figures aren't drawn on older kind of traditions and myths about founders, perhaps legendary founders, perhaps some more kind of sketchy historical figures. I don't know, but yeah, if I would put money on there being a cult image of Yahweh in the temple, I wouldn't put money on Solomon and David existing.
Thank you so much, Stop Scamming Man. Doc Pluromana, where the Tanakh speaks of God's anthropomorphism or anthropopatheism, Targumists seem to avoid such language, and the LXX seems to have toned it down as well in Deuteronomy. Is this stylistic rather than theological tendencies?
It's a bit of both. So when it comes to the LXX, some traditions, some texts in the LXX may well reflect versions of the Hebrew than those that we find in the Masoretic tradition today. You get some of that in Samuel and Kings. It kind of looks a bit different. So it may be that it's a deliberate, and obviously with the Greek, we're looking at the 3rd century BC at the earliest as to when these texts started to come into being, these Greek texts, these Greek translations or versions. So by that point, I think, the idea, there's a growing discomfort with the idea of God's body, particularly if some of the LXX texts came from in and around the Alexandria kind of cultural sphere of influence, which was very much taken with certain sorts of notions of the immateriality of the divine, certain sort of philosophical ideas. So yeah, so I think in some texts it is theological, in some it's stylistic, but there's a real blurring of the two because, particularly in the Targums as well, by this point, the idea of God having a body has been, the rabbis are still quite comfortable with it, with the idea of God having a body, and they're very comfortable about talking about God's body and depicting him anthropomorphically. But when it comes to what you do and how you comment on certain scripture, whether it's biblical texts or other authoritative texts, there's a certain kind of reverence, the same reverence that we see, in which you don't say the name Yahweh aloud. So it might be written in the Hebrew, but you don't say it aloud. And that seems to come about relatively early too. So it's a combination, I think, of both stylistic and theological.
Thank you so much for that, Doc. Thanks for the support. Stop Scamming Man. Does Deuteronomy appear to have a 6th century writing style?
Wow, that's a very specific question. Yeah, I think what's got... You see, I see Deuteronomy as like writing style. Some parts of Deuteronomy look kind of a bit older. So some of the curses and blessings, for example, some scholars argue that this looks like a kind of a classical biblical Hebrew as opposed to a kind of a later kind of biblical. My feeling very much is that Deuteronomy as a whole reflects, there's obviously some bits of really ancient poetry at the end of Deuteronomy, which looks much older than 6th century. So some of those poems at the end, like in Deuteronomy 32, for example. But yeah, my feeling is that ideologically, when you read Deuteronomy, this is very much about a community who is not in the land. And let's take the land as being Jerusalem or whatever. This is about, this seems to me to be a post-exilic either reframing or manifesto of certain land territorial ideologies about a people who know what it's like to lose that territory and land, just got back into it or are coming back into it. So to me, yeah, it looks kind of more, it actually looks more 5th century ideologically and theologically. It's very difficult to kind of be specific in terms of writing style. But some of that very old poetry at the end of Deuteronomy is certainly looks to have older bits in it.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate everybody viewing. 656 people. Over the last few years, Stop Scamming Man, thank you. Has academia gotten any wiser as the origin and etymology of Yahweh?
No, everyone's still arguing about it now. Yeah, so there are various different theories. One is that the name derives, like etymologically speaking, that the name might derive from a verb meaning to blow. So could this index the idea of Yahweh being a storm god? That would kind of make sense. Another possible kind of origin could be the idea of strength or striving, all of these different things have been brought into play with Yahweh's name. But yeah, the long and short of it is very few people believe the biblical sort of interpretation of his name, which is that it comes from the verb to be. Not very many scholars hold to that biblical idea. So yeah, we don't really know. We don't really know where it's from at all.
Well, thank you for that, Stop Scamming Man. Oh, Flamio, why does Yahweh need money or food?
Oh, well, Yahweh needs money because his priests need money, because that's how you run a temple. But yeah, Yahweh needs food because he likes it, he enjoys it. There's a brilliant psalm, in one of the psalms, Yahweh, it looks to have been written after the temple was destroyed in the 6th century. And Yahweh says, I don't need your sacrifices now. I don't need food. The whole world and everything in it is mine to eat, basically. I don't need your sacrifices. The idea is that, again, it's that idea that animal sacrifice or any kind of food sacrifice is about the relationship between the donor and the recipient, and the divine recipient. So yeah, but he likes the smell of certain things. He likes the smell of incense, and incense wasn't just burned, in braziers in his temples, and it was also kind of sprinkled on his food. So like it's kind of like a garnish. So that's what he realizes. The smell really pleases him, makes him happy.
It's very human. Thank you so much for that. Constellation Pegasus. Interesting to think 200 to 300 years ago we could get into trouble talking like this. Good to be in the 21st century.
That's true. But then don't forget, there are some parts of the world where if I was to talk like this in public, it would still be. I've had emails from people based in the Middle East, a couple from Pakistan in particular, who had managed to get a copy of my book and loving it. They're humanists and secularists, and they're doing quite a lot. But obviously, it's incredibly dangerous for them to be doing that kind of work. Any kind of to be irreligious or atheist is really difficult. But yeah, I do feel very privileged to be in the place and life that I am.
That is a wonderful super chat. Great response. Gnostic Informant, my buddy Neil. Thank you so much, Neil, for the super chat. Go subscribe to my buddy's channel. There seems to be a ton, and that's the gentleman I introduced you to.
Yeah.
There seems to be tons of common tropes between the Inanna Ishtar descent story, Eleusinian mysteries, and Isis and Osiris myths. Do you think these ideas extend to Christianity?
I think possibly, because one of the things about a lot of these texts, that even if you've got a very early Sumerian myth or like a Babylonian myth, like these texts were carried on circulating for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. They were copied, and so they became a part. There were huge libraries across ancient Southwest Asia. So I think there's a sense in which certain kind of scribal communities, certain kinds of the intelligentsia in certain communities, they were very familiar with these kinds of stories and myths and tropes. And I do think there was a lot of traffic. It used to be like 50 years ago, people used to talk about the traffic of kind of like cultural ideas going from west to east. From Greece and obviously I love Greece being like great in whatever it does because I'm biased, I'm half Greek. But there was a sense in which there was a lot of cultural traffic going one way from Greece to the east. But recently, scholarship of the last 20 years or so, particularly with classicists, have really started to understand what ancient Southwest Asian scholars have been telling them for donkey's years. That actually the traffic was massively the other way as well, from going westwards into the Mediterranean. And so I think a lot of these myths and tropes were certainly circulating much earlier than people used to think. I'm sure that there are some of those ideas you do see them working out in Christianity. Look at the iconography. Early Christian iconography is really interesting when you want to look at some of these motifs in particular, I think. Don't just rely on the texts.
Yeah, there's so much. Oof, I love this. I'm glad I got my questions out of the way, so I can't be selfish. Stop scamming, man! Thank you again. Some of the Old Testament has God demanding incense and burnt offerings, others abhorring them.
Yeah.
It's because God wearied of offerings from the impious, or does this represent a different theology?
Most of the context in which we find God saying, I despise your sacrifices, like he does in the book of Amos and similarly in Isaiah, most of those are very context specific, and it is about the insincerity, not just the insincerity of sacrifices. It's kind of like rich people making a big song and dance about, oh, look at these amazing sacrifices, let's have another big feast and another big sacrifice. And he's saying he won't accept those sacrifices, he hates them because these are the gains, if you like, of social oppression and injustice. So he's often, when he's saying, I hate and I abhor your sacrifices, in the next breath, in the next verse, he's saying, because you trample on the backs of the poor, because you do, because you exploit this, because you take this. So there's very much a sense in which ritual offerings weren't something separate from the social kind of values of other aspects of society. So he's saying that, yeah, you might have all this money to offer up, these lavish sacrifices and offerings, but that means shit to me if you can't treat your next door neighbor with kindness. And again, that's kind of, a lot of people are really down on the Hebrew Bible. It's kind of saying, oh, it's the bad God. And, it's not at all. I mean, there's a huge amount of kind of social texture in those texts. And I think that's an example there of when you get kind of the very negative polemics against sacrifice, but normally because it's got a message about social justice on the flip side of it.
Thank you so much. Abel Chavez, thank you for the super chat. I heard or read that the name Yahweh has a correlation with the 4 letters of our DNA. Do you know anything about this? Perhaps we are making a god of ourselves and thus reincarnation in the long run?
I don't know anything about DNA. I don't know anything. I've not heard about this theory that the name Yahweh has a correlation with the 4 letters. I mean, one way to put a looks on that is to say, Yahweh's name was probably just Yah. In inscriptions that, we often see it as Yah or Yahu, just 2 letters. So, yeah, I do think we are trying to make gods of ourselves all the time, however. But yeah, I've not heard of that.
Me neither. Thank you for that super chat. Hengfa Shi, do you know of a myth, I believe, out of Mesopotamia in which El goes to a dinner party and gets crazy, stumbled down drunk?
Yeah, I talk about it in the book. It's not a Mesopotamian myth, it's an Ugaritic myth. And I deal with that. Ael, the high god, is basically has a drinking party, invites all the gods round, things get kind of chaotic. Ael stumbles home and sort of basically pisses and shits himself and falls over. He doesn't fall over. This is about a kind of divine, it's got some of those motifs about divine descent into another worldly realm, a bit like Inanna sort of descending into the underworld. It's got kind of some similarities with it. But yeah, it's written on the same tablet, is written a hangover cure, which is the first, which again I talk about in the book, is the first known reference to the use of the hair of the dog as a hangover cure. And in that particular text, it literally is the...
It's me, your dry skin. I know I can be challenging, but I'm deeper than what you see. I'm craving something we're missing. The ceramides and CeraVe. CeraVe.
The hair of a dog that's put on the forehead. But, you know, it's incredible how we get this expression in our own culture about the hair of the dog as a hangover cure. So yeah, check it out. It is in the book. But yeah, it's a myth from Ugarit. So late Bronze Age.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, it's in the book. Get the book. I cannot emphasize that enough. We almost have 700 people watching. Doc Ploromanot, if parallels with the Sumerian Dilmun and Eden pass academic sniff test, is it potentially easier to identify a historical location based on a more accurate myth geography than the ambiguity in Genesis?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, so some people think that Dilmun is a particular island, which it seems to have been in later Mesopotamian texts. But Dilmun also had this kind of mythological, well, it was kind of like, you know, before the gods had given, had given the gifts of kind of the cultural kind of qualities to humankind. So easier to identify a historical location based on more accurate myth geography than the ambiguity in Genesis. That's interesting too, because when I read the stuff in Genesis, to me it seems to be speaking about Lebanon. It's that kind of focus on trees, and in lots of different ancient Southwest Asian myths, Lebanon in particular was a place associated, with the cedars of Lebanon. And this was the divine garden of the gods. This is the kind of the sacred forest that Humbaba, or Huawa in Sumerian, Humbaba guards. And so some of that Genesis material and some of the ways in which Eden is described in older biblical texts, like some of the Psalms, in Ezekiel, for example, that seems to me to sound more like the kind of the sacred forest, which for some Sumerian communities was pretty much Lebanon. So yeah, I don't know if the Dilmun Eden thing will pass the sniff test, but there are similarities. But yeah, I've always kind of, my hunch would be that it's Lebanon, really, Eden.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that, Doc. Thank you, Dr. Stavrakopoulos, for coming back to Myth Vision. Is it possible to believe that Christians believe God is both corporeal and non-corporeal, given the Trinity? Loved your book.
That's really, well, thank you for saying you loved my book. That's a really interesting question. Is it possible to believe that Christians believe God? Yeah, and not so much given the Trinity, it's more given the Christian notion of incarnation. I mean, for Christians, that was one big reason why Christian theologians were very happy to move away from ideas of an anthropomorphic God and a bodied God, because for them, it wouldn't make sense, to have Jesus, in some ways, Jesus is the kind of, you couldn't get the idea of Jesus being an incarnation of God himself if it weren't for the fact that you had much earlier in the religious DNA things like cult statues of the gods, things like the notion of God as having a male body, blah, blah, blah. Equally, you want to kind of, for Christians, it's the idea that this this body has to be human in order for it to properly die, in order for it to properly resurrect, and da-da-da. That's really important too. So in some ways, yeah, Christians, I think the incarnation, the doctrine of the incarnation helps to kind of manage that tension and anxiety about divine corporeality and incorporeality. But then there are some Christians that do believe that God has a body. So, for example, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, some of those communities have very strong theologies in which it still has a body. So yeah, I think the Trinity is a bit of a problem for Christians in some ways, but yeah, it's more the incarnation that's the biggie, I think, about this corporeal incorporeal tension.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you, G, for the super chat, and thank you for breaking 700 viewers. We're 703 viewers right now. Hit that like button. Get her book. I cannot emphasize this enough. It is a must absolute have. Better than the Bible itself. Liliana Stone, loving her book. I have the red cover and plan to get the blue and gold when we visit London in July.
Thank you. Oh, enjoy London. I grew up in London. It's the best city in the world.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope that you enjoy the cover as much as I do. Joel Pearson, should temples show lit smoky gold idols again?
Oh, I'd love that. You know, I mean, that's one of the things that I particularly like about Eastern Christian churches. It's like, you know, whether it's Greek Orthodox or Russian Orthodox, whatever, go big on the bling. I mean, that's what, you know, make this as an extraordinary otherworldly place. So yeah, I mean, in some ways, a lot of Christian churches already have extended this idea about kind of cult statues of, you know, gorgeous gold shiny cult statues of Jesus and Mary and the saints and blah blah blah. You know, but then within certain Jewish traditions too, you know, the way in which the Torah scroll is dressed and accessorized and paraded and venerated, and, you know, is extraordinary too. And to have that, it's almost like it takes the place of a cult statue. But yeah, just generally more incense, more bling. I'm very much up for that in sacred spaces.
Thank you so much, Joel. Inquisitive Mind, I'm the ghost of Myth Vision, and my question is, where does the Islamic god Allah come from?
What, in terms of the name or in terms of culturally? I mean, culturally, I mean, Allah is basically, you know, just like El, it just means deity. In that sense, it comes very much from the ancient, what we call the ancient Middle East. But yeah, who knows? I mean, it may well be that there's a desert origin to that particular deity too. We don't know. In terms of the relationship between Allah and El, just like the relationship between Yahweh and El, I think there probably is one back in the kind of ancient divine DNA somewhere, way back in the story of these deities' emergence. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if somewhere along the line there is a common ancestor.
Thank you so much for that. Robert, thank you for the super chat, showing some love. Just getting through these here as we're wrapping up. I had one interesting question, if I can. The Messiah rides a donk. Where is the oldest evidence of Yahweh worship from?
It depends what kind of evidence you want. If you want evidence from biblical texts, then obviously you get some of that really old poetry that I talked about, Deuteronomy 32 as an example, some of the stuff at the end of Genesis. In terms of non-biblical evidence, one of the earliest references to Yahweh is probably the Mesha Stela that I mentioned earlier, 9th century, written by King Mesha of Moab. So Moab is one of the Transjordanians, so basically what is Jordan now, who talks about Yahweh's temple and Yahweh being the God of Israel, the kingdom of Israel, the territory. Yeah, so that's, I think, probably in terms of uncontested archaeological evidence, that's one of the earliest attestations of the evidence of Yahweh worship, because we've got mentioned the divine name, references to temples, to, you know, a sacrifice, you know, certain sorts of sacrifices and rituals being performed, the idea that this god is a particular patron of a particular royal household and territory and that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
So yeah, it's early Iron Age, basically.
I really appreciate that. Cam's Kaz, thank you so much for the super sticker. Really appreciate the support. Let's see if we can get, like Gnostic Informer said, get 500 likes. Let's make those likes happen. Almost there. I just want to make sure I didn't leave anyone hanging here. I apologize, but I really didn't want any more questions. Thanks, great book. Dr. S is fabulous. Yeah, my buddy Jonathan Pierce, go check him out. A Tippling Philosopher, subscribe. I actually was on his channel this morning hanging out with him. So we all love your work. And then the last one, why no one compares Yahweh with the Mesopotamian god Ea, or Ea. Don't they have similar myth and roles? Couldn't Ea, am I pronouncing this properly, be the root of Yah?
In terms of, I mean, people do compare them, but the Mesopotamian traditions that we have about Ea are kind of tend to be older. In textually just tend to be older than the stuff that we have. I don't, when you're looking at, this is where we get into philology, and Hebrew is very different in terms of as a language from the East Semitic forms of Akkadian is like an East Semitic kind of form. Equally, Sumerian is a language all of its own. It's not related, and it's what's incredible about Sumerian. It's not related to any other language family. So like the way that Hebrew is related to Phoenician and related to Moabite and Sumerian is not related to anything, which is quite incredible. So people do kind of compare Yahweh with some high gods, but Yahweh is such a late player on the stage. By the time he pops up, early Iron Age, like Mesopotamian gods have been around for for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's an interesting question. I'm sure, have a look at the work of Nicholas Wyatt, and who else would be helpful on this? Mark S. Smith might have some interesting stuff on those two deities.
Thank you so much.
Them.
Kamskaz, always wonder why all the gods to choose from, why Yahweh, why that particular one. We'll try and get the book. Definitely get the book. I would say the influence is obviously, well, it depends on the influence culturally you're speaking of, and Christianity has helped the West, if you will, overall try to reach that. Thank you so much for that super chat. Did you want to answer why that particular one? Wouldn't you say it's just it became the most influential with the Christianity?
In terms of why Yahweh in an ancient context, why was it Yahweh that particularly kind of rose to prominence? Because obviously El was kind of knocking around. It was part of a polytheistic context. How come this kind of prioritization of Yahweh? We don't really know. Partly, I suspect, it's because Yahweh worship was very much tied to the political elites of statehood, and so was a patron deity, a personal patron deity to certain sorts of royal families, like the Omrids in the Northern Kingdom of Israel. So I suspect that's why that deity gets promoted more and more and more, till eventually they become kind of the state deity. I think it's primarily due to Christianity that because Christianity started off as a cult, a Jewish cult, and it's very difficult to really tell the difference, in some ways between Christianity and Judaism in Christianity's earliest kind of couple of centuries anyway. So yeah, it's once Christianity gets kind of once it's kind of approved of by the Roman Empire and becomes one of the kind of, I don't want to say state, kind of imperial religions, but it's basically becomes particularly promoted in the Roman Empire, that's when it really kicks off.
My final question, and with the 718 people watch, please get her book, like this chat, leave a comment even after the live. What do you think about the Mount Ebal curse tablet that was discovered? Are we waiting for peer review, and do you think it's going to come off, is going to flop? What do you think is going to happen if you were going to predict? Do you think he's overstretching everything?
Yeah, and in a way, I can, to be generous, I can understand overstretching, because in a time when getting funding for digs is so hard, and getting funding for any kind of projects is so hard, you kind of want to sell it to those people that are going to, and a lot of it is evangelical Christian funded digs that are doing this. So it's overstretching it. I don't think it's no one in my field is excited about it. We're not like, oh my god, this changes everything, because we don't even know, they haven't even opened the text. B, there's not enough to go on from what they do have. C never kind of say anything until
Boozy.
we've had proper peer review. So,
Wow.
but yeah, I don't imagine it's going to set the world on fire, put it that way.
Thank you so much for your time, your energy. Everybody go get the book. It is on Amazon. It's pinned in the chat. It's in the description if you're watching this after this live. Check out all of our other works as well. And Myth Vision's Patreon, please consider joining us. I am melting in this.
That was a pretty good discussion. It was good, man. My last day off, bro. I had like a whole week off. I took so I had Thursday. No, I had Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday off. It's fucking 7 days without working. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't even hardly been to the gym this past week. I went this morning though. It was a struggle, but I went. I feel like, I don't know, my workout routine is like linked with my work day. So I get up, I go to the gym, I go to work. But sometimes I feel like if I don't gotta work, cause that's my routine on the weekends. Like I just work out during the week, you know, on Saturday and Sunday I don't go to the gym because I don't gotta go to work. And so it feels like on days I don't have to work, it's like I don't have to go to the gym either. But it was too many days in a row now. Like I said, it's fucking 5-6 days I ain't go to the goddamn gym at all. Not even to just stretch or do some lunges or nothing. Like, dog, you scared the shit out of me. What do you want? What? Do you need to go outside? I just was down there. Come on, let's go. Let's go if you're going. Just sit your ass down somewhere now. I was just down there for like 10 minutes. I had to go to the bathroom, like change some laundry out. This whole time she just staring at me like she good. And as soon as I come back up here and sit down, oh, now she won't come up here and get me. Crawl all in my lap. Cause she ain't go to the bathroom. It's all good, I'll let you out. Boozy, what you doing? I'm already 3 hours in the studio. What you doing this morning, man? Yes, I had to get up in this bitch early. What time is it? It's 9? Been here since like 6. Almost 3 hours on the dot. From when I came home. So yeah, I went to the gym at 4. Got home about 5. Yeah, I started streaming about 6 o'clock. I went to the gym a little earlier this morning than I normally go to. That ain't hot enough. Cause normally I get to the gym like 4:30. This morning I was already up at 3 something. I just started cleaning up around the house a little bit. I got to the gym like just a little bit after 4. I did some dumbass stretches and leg workouts, like I say, cause I ain't really been doing shit for a week. So I ain't wanted to go in there and motherfucking do the super duper. Go out there and do the super duper and pull a muscle. See, I'm head to the office right now. I feel you. I'll be going there tomorrow. Damn. And my art exhibit is done on the last day of this year. So today is the 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st. When is the 31st? This might be the last week people can go see it. Yeah, the 31st is Saturday. And so the museum is open Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So this is the last week to view my exhibit at the Everhart. I gotta remind people about that. I need to make a post about that. Uh-oh. Hope ain't nobody trying to scam payroll. So I sent somebody an email earlier and still haven't gotten a reply yet. But when I did that show in Tennessee earlier this year, the curator asked to keep one of my pieces so that she can show it in a different exhibition that she was a part of. And that's been since like, that was September, October. So I think she said the show is going to be in like November or something. I'm not sure. But I emailed her to see like, did that exhibit already happen? Where's the piece at? You know, when can I expect to get it back? Things like that. Alright, back to this post. I need to make a post real quick. Wow. Is this it? Okay. Alright, so I did a story. Now I need to make a post. Why is this picture so far back? Alright. Alright. Alright, so I posted some social media shit. Now, I need to hit the water pipe, water pipe, water pipe, water pipe, water pipe, water pipe. Just don't call it a bong. Just don't call it a bong. Just don't call it. Mixing some of this super sour OG and some, I forgot what this was. This is something like some banana kush or banana something. Banana fana, fofana, fee, fi. Oh, there's only one bud in here. Okay, I'm out of weed now. Damn. You know what? My Connect is like 30 minutes away, and I don't feel like going over there today. Oh shit. Oh, okay. I didn't realize I was out of weed. Damn it, man. Alright, make this good. Why you and they talk about payroll? Talk about some raises too, man. A damn payroll. Y'all, I need more zeros on my payroll. You feel me? I need a 401k match up to 7%. Go aggressive. You feel me? Alright, so next, I want to paint the legs. The gams. Is it gams or yams? Or was it gams and then they turned to yams? She got some gams. Or she got some yams. I don't know. I want to find something else to listen to. See what my YouTube algorithm tosses at me, because I listen to all kind of weird shit. DMZ Professional. See, man, if I watch people play games, then I don't want to go play games. And I don't want to play games right now. Graham Hancock. Aliens, Atlanteans, and the Apocalypse. See, Graham Hancock and Brian Forrester, they do a lot of ancient research, and neither one of them ever talk about aliens until somebody asks them questions about aliens. They just stray away from it. Only thing they say is people in olden times, they had some kind of technology. It wasn't stone chisels and mallets and all this shit, man. They had some kind of machinery to build the shit that they built. They had stone cutting machinery that we just can't imagine. And that's their main points, is that civilization is way, way older than we think. And what we think were primitive people were actually very, very advanced people who had a mechanized industry. And that's their main points, is like, people back in the day were just smarter. They had machines and shit, and we just can't figure it out. But then when other interviewers bring up questions of aliens, they'll start giving their personal concepts and hypotheses on alien life or ancient aliens or things like that. And so I was just listening to Brian Forrester the other day, and he was on someone's podcast, and the guy asked him about aliens, and you know, he really kind of went into it because he had to answer the guy's questions, and he says, you know, maybe. And so I don't think I've ever actually heard anyone question Graham Hancock on if he believes in the ancient alien theory. So this should be a pretty good conversation.
Hello?
Randall, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you doing, Jesse?
I'm good, man. Do you believe that there are survivors of ancient Atlantis that are among us?
Alright, so now we're going to Start working on these legs. Oh. Let's see how this goes. While we listen to, this is Jesse Michaels. Mitchell's, not Michaels, Mitchell's. Graham Hancock, Aliens, Atlanteans, and the Apocalypse. But apparently he starts this segment out, he's on the phone with Randall Carlson, asking Randall some questions. And Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock, they're really good friends. Their research kind of overlaps each other, and they've helped co-author books together. And so they're very aware of each other, personally and professionally. Like I said, they've actually written books together. And so a lot of the times you'll see these two gentlemen in conversation together. And so since he's talking to Graham Hancock this episode, it's almost like inevitable that he calls up Randall Carlson too and like get some of his feedback on shit. So let's see what Jesse Mitchell's talks about with Randall and Graham.
Perhaps with underwater bases or bases on the moon and advanced technology.
Now there's a loaded question, Jesse. I will just say very provisional yes. 2023 is going to be your disclosure.
Wow. Wait a minute. What? I gotta run that question back. Because right before he answered it, he said, wow, that's a loaded question. And like I say, Randall doesn't really talk about this alien stuff in his research. He's a very professional scholar. And I think he's a geologist. And like he does like legit collegial research. And so I think that's why they stray away from this alien idea, because once you start talking about aliens, people think you're a little crazy. Oh, this motherfucker believes in Atlantis. Oh, he's a whack nut job. And so the dude asks, if I'm not mistaken, the question he said is, do you think that Atlanteans are still walking among us today? And before Randall answered, he said, that's a loaded question. So let's hear this again from the top. Let's see.
Randall, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you doing, Jesse?
I'm good, man. Do you believe that there are survivors of ancient Atlantis that are among us, perhaps with underwater bases or bases on the moon and advanced technology?
Now there's a loaded question, Jesse. I will just say very provisional yes. 2023 is going to be a year of disclosure. Things come around in their time, and there's been lost knowledge, but it's never been completely lost. And in fact, it's been everywhere around us. And some of it's been in everyday use. We just haven't understood or recognized what it is.
According to a professional midwit journalist at The Guardian, my next guest's highly acclaimed docuseries is the most dangerous show on Netflix.
You've been described as a pseudo-archaeologist, someone who cherry-picks your data.
And that makes him the perfect guest on our show, American Alchemy.
If you're going to roll your eyes at the notion of Mother Ayahuasca, go drink some ayahuasca, and then see if you're going to roll your eyes.
Right. The docuseries is called Ancient Apocalypse, and the journalist is internationally acclaimed best-selling author Graham Hancock. Since his 90s cult classic, Fingerprints of the Gods.
So I've been listening to Hancock, and even before I knew who Hancock and Randall Carlson were, I was already really big on this like ancient alien shit. Like I said, what got me into it years and years ago, maybe the early 2000s, like 2005 and 6. I forgot. exactly what conversation or topic we were discussing. It probably was like some religious type topic, because that's when yeah, because that was right before, you know what, that was that time, like 2006. And me and my girlfriend and her friend at the time, we were talking about um just like religion and God and ancient cultures. And then the friend goes home, and it was a really good conversation. And I kind of like in a debate took like opposing sides from her on some things, but then we agreed on a lot of stuff. And then she was kind of inquisitive on like where I learned my stuff from. And so when she went home, she told her boyfriend, she was like, "Oh, I was with my friend and her dude, and we had this good conversation, blah, 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 blah." Then a couple of days later, and so the girl I was dating at the time, her and that friend, they worked together. And so a couple of days later, my girl comes home from work, and she says, "Hey, you remember my friend was over here? She told her boyfriend like all the stuff we were talking about, and he suggested that you read these books." And the friend had brought the books to work and gave them to my girlfriend at the time, and then she gave them to me. And she said, "Yeah, my friend's boyfriend said you should read these books." And it was 3 books. She let me hold. It was Genesis Revisited by Zachariah Stinson, and then it was The 12th Planet by Zachariah Stinson, and then it was the Book of Enoch. And so the dude ain't even know me. I ain't even met this motherfucker. I ain't even ever laid eyes on him. But just because he was aware of the conversation that we were having, he said, "Oh, this person needs to read this shit right here." And so I wound up reading I read Genesis Revisited first, and then I read The 12th Planet. Well, I read most of The 12th Planet because I had a full-time job too and social life, and and then I was almost finished with The 12th Planet when the dude started asking for his shit back. And my girl came home from work one day. She was like, "Oh, whatever, whatever." He said, "Do you mind giving him his books back?" I'm like, "Damn, I ain't even finished all the books yet." But at the same time, like I really was kind of probably taking longer to read it than he thought it should take me. But Genesis Revisited was so compelling that, like, some books. First of all, I'm a slow reader. I basically read books twice in one sitting. So I'll read a page, and then I'll read that page again to make sure like I'm really understanding, make sure I'm not missing anything. And so I read slow to start with, and then I read the pages twice to make sure I'm really understanding. And so it does take me a while to get through a book. But I've never read the entire Book of Enoch either, which is something that I just haven't. I have this one book about the Book of Enoch, but it's like I don't know, this African scholar, this black scholar, gives his rendition of the Book of Enoch, but he's still like uber religious, and so he argues it from a religious point of view instead of like a historical context of when was this material written, who was the true author, what messages is trying to be conveyed in this writing. And he's just like, nah, this shit is real, and this is why it's not in the Bible, because the black man this and the black man that, and Enoch was the black man who went and was taught directly by God, but it's not the actual Enoch scriptures. He just kind of breaks down a lot of the scriptures in his own words and shit. But hearing these people now starting to talk about aliens, or their beliefs in aliens, or ancient aliens at least, I don't know. It's because I keep going in these cycles where, of course, as a kid, every aliens it's just a cool idea. It's a cool concept. That's why we make so many movies about different types of aliens or different life forms on different planets. Shit's just such a cool idea. Of course, Star Wars, Star Trek, all that shit are just some of the greatest science fiction stories ever. And so as a kid, like, especially since sci-fi was like my favorite genre anyway, of course I always wanted there to be like aliens, and you the first time you hear the story about Roswell, and you hear H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds and shit like that, and you like, oh man, aliens can come to Earth and this and that, and then so I always thought that was cool. And then when I started learning about like this ancient alien idea about, oh, they were already here and they are the progenitors of mankind and they're the ones who taught us everything, and that's why ancient man has all these stories about the gods and the war of the gods and this and that, and I was like, damn, now that's really cool. But then after a while, once I started doing black studies and realizing like how intelligent, like, just the regular man, especially the original man, like how intelligent they were, and how extensive they created culture and civilization. And it's like, why? I mean, we're so capable that why would we need some type of external extraterrestrial intervention to show and teach us things that we, once again, we're completely capable of learning and understanding ourselves. And so once I started studying the history of Africa and the great civilizations there, it's like, well, if these are the original man, then there is no need to believe in aliens. I just believe that, after a period of time, shit just happens and people just grow smarter and more capable and gain more understanding of the world and how to manipulate matter around them. And so I've been like on this part for years where it's just like, the ancient alien hypothesis sounds cool, but there's really no validity to it. But now that shit is about to come around full circle again. Like, I don't know, there's too much new information got me really questioning that part again. Like, I don't know, man, maybe motherfuckers did come from a different world, in, prehistory. Maybe there is like some kind of legit Star Wars type society, intergalactic, interstellar society that existed, but maybe that was 60, 70 million years ago when that all ended, but we still had some remnants, some scavengers, something left over. And if that's the case, now we're going to have to really reevaluate everything. And that's the thing too, like we haven't, I hear a beeping or a buzzing or I don't know what that is, but it sounds like it's coming from outside. But yeah, now the more you still look into like this alien idea, this UFOs or UAPs or whatever they call them now, because the language is always changing. I don't know. There's definitely something to it. Are these some type of ancient beings that knew about this planet ability to sustain life, and they're coming back here to try to repopulate this quadrant of the Milky Way galaxy? Were they already here, just lying dormant? Already here, working on other plans and their own agendas, just out of the eye of the little ant people on the top? Or, I mean, but one thing is for sure, man. The U.S. government has already admitted that, like, some things that we see, that it's not of their making, it's not of their design, not of their construction, not of their capabilities to engineer certain kind of craft that have been reported, that's cool and scary. Cool and scary at the same time. But time and life are really interesting things because we'll never know the answer completely. I can agree with you on that, man. I don't think we'll really fully understand a lot of our major questions. And that's why, once again, in our science fiction, people who dream of future scenarios, most of the time, no God is there. It's not like, oh, in an episode of Star Trek, like, oh, they found God somewhere, or they proved God. The movie Interstellar, like, all this time travel and freezing time and moving at the speed of light and all this string theory and, all these different ideas of physics and science that they applied in that movie in a future scenario. They don't even find God there. Like, God isn't present in our science fiction of the future. Once again, like, we don't think we will ever answer that question. That's why nobody attempts to depict some type of realistic scenario where this thing has occurred, a complete scientific justification for a creator being. In the movie Prometheus, the old man has done everything he can to live long enough to meet these progenitor alien species, and then he gets there and he's subsequently killed by the beings that he was so anxious to meet. And as he's dying, his last words are, "There is nothing." I thought that was a very ironic moment in that movie. You spend your entire life trying to accomplish this one goal of actually meeting an alien race and trying to ask them to give you the meaning to life and immortality and all of this stuff, and upon your meeting them, they kill you almost instantly. Prometheus, oh man, it was a good one. It's worth watching twice. And there's like a few good scenes in there, but the one of the best scenes is like the opening scene of the movie. It's like the opening scene of Prometheus is one of the best scenes in the science fiction genre. You should just, oh, well, you got me on YouTube. I already say, man, you should just look at that real quick. The opening scene from Prometheus. And it's this, there's no dialogue at all in like the first opening scenes, but it tells this whole story of how life started on Earth. With no words, you just see it happening, and it's like, oh shit, that is a very compelling idea of how that happened. And I think they call it genetic panspermia is one of the ideas for the origin of life. And so Prometheus uses that concept of genetic panspermia, and that's how life arose here. But the way it shows it is just like, man, it was done so well. It was done so well. And then the cinematography, the makeup, oh man. Like, I watched that movie twice just for that opening scene. And I gotta see that part one more time. But then it leaves that other question there too. Like, it's just there. And once again, it's like, how do we answer that question? Oh, that's my stomach. I just realized all I've had this morning was 3 cups of coffee. And that's why I keep going to the bathroom. Well, no, I had a bottle and a half of water at the gym this morning. And then 3 cups of coffee. So like, my bladder is just filling up right now. And now my stomach's starting to growl. I was trying to wait until like lunchtime just to eat some lunch. I made some burgers and some home fries the other day. So I was gonna just have that for lunch today. See if I get a little couple hours of fasting in this morning, you know? Since I'm not really doing anything strenuous, I'm just sitting down. I think I can make it without breakfast today. And then, honestly, like, I was down there, I was swapping out lunch. I was like, man, I could really go for some fucking pancakes right now. And I thought about, like, slapping some pancakes together. And I was like, nah, I'll wait. Gotta paint. All right, let's get back to this one.
Hancock has been accumulating an abundance of evidence to show that our modern historical narrative, that civilization was born a mere 6,000 years ago in Mesopotamia, is...
All right, so one more thing. Like I said, I did watch Graham Hancock series on Netflix, but I've been studying this stuff for so long, like I haven't learned anything new in there. And it's stuff that he's been saying for years too, so just to a larger audience now. So I've heard most of his material before, and I've heard a lot of other people's material. So I'm not learning. I didn't learn like a terrible amount of new material from watching this show. But then I seen this YouTube channel it's this pretty young like Arabic girl or something, and she's attempting to debunk everything that Graham Hancock has said in his books, and especially the show. So she's watching the show, and then she's going episode by episode saying what's wrong with all his theories and everything, all the material that he's presenting to the audience in each episode. And I was like, yeah, so I watched like 3 of hers so far to like rebuttals to his show, and she says some pretty interesting things too. But she still doesn't convince me that he isn't on to something. And like they just made that mention of 6,000 years. That's a whole nother thing that I learned from like reading some other scholars. If you read this book called Iceman or Yuri Guri, they talk about the creation of white people, or people without pigment, or people without melanin. And it's weird. Like, it's something that like some of the Muslim people ascribe to also, saying that I forgot the scientist's name now, but saying that some scientists like 6,000 years ago made white people from black people. And then when you start, so then when I was learning that, I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. And then all of when you start studying other things and like the origins of history, and like when do we consider history to have started? What is history? What's prehistory? Things like that. And this 6,000 year mark keeps coming up, and that's the other hypothesis says because there were no fair-skinned people, or what we would consider white people, before 6,000 years ago. And so that's why a lot of history marks that period. That's a lot of historians mark that period as the beginning of culture and civilization, is because that's only as far back as they can remember. But there was like tons of culture and civilization prior to 6,000 years ago. Even going back, dozens or hundreds of thousands of years ago. French toast be hitting the spot, boy. Especially with the little crispy edges. You get the crispy edges on that toast. Boy, you on to something.
It's going to absolutely demand a rewrite of history as we know it.
Hancock thinks that the human species has been suffering from mass amnesia, and that maybe hunter-gatherers were taught basic agriculture and astronomy by remnant survivors of an ancient civilization that was wiped out in a mass extinction event.
There's testimony from the ancients here. They're saying an enormous flood happened, and that there was a time where there were only a few survivors.
This hypothesis, known as the Younger Dryas impact theory, sustains that an asteroid from the Taurid meteor stream hit the Earth, causing a global cataclysm. To make things even trippier, this comet impact date almost perfectly coincides with Plato's dates for the destruction of Atlantis. But let's rein in the speculation on which civilizations preceded ours. Inserting Atlantis as a placeholder for that civilization is admittedly a little more speculative, as Graham Hancock would even admit.
I'm not claiming or insisting that there was a civilization that was actually called Atlantis. By Plato's time, it was called Atlantis.
But crazy speculations on Atlantis notwithstanding, I personally think it just takes some childlike instincts and basic inference to believe Hancock's argument about the Younger Dryas impact theory. There's an overwhelming amount of evidence to show that a global cataclysm probably did occur. Let's just take these high-level facts. The modern field of archaeology was born a mere 200 years ago. Let that sink in. The very idea that we take as complete dogma that civilization started in the Fertile Crescent 6,000 years ago, that concept was only established 200 years ago with the discovery of the great capital cities of Assyria and Babylonia. As we explore and discover more ancient archaeological sites, our dates for civilization get progressively older and older. Take Göbekli Tepe, an ancient burial site in modern Turkey dating as far back as 9000 BC and involving the complex assembly of 50-ton blocks.
It's not something that you're a hunter-gatherer and you wake up one morning and think, oh, I'm just going to build the largest megalithic site that will ever be seen anywhere in the world.
Tepe was excavated in the 90s, so I think it would actually be the easy or safe bet to say that in the next 100 years, we'll find architecture that predates even this. It's like a sort of Moore's law for archaeology. The deeper we go, the older human history gets. The lowest parts in any sediment layer are the hardest parts to explore. That's just Geology 101. And our digging and underground mapping techniques are getting better and better. Not to mention you have entire swaths of the earth and deep ocean that may have been above sea level in times past. The Amazon forest, which is the size of the Indian subcontinent, and the 4 million square mile Sahara Desert that have basically gone completely untouched and unnoticed by conventional archaeologists. To say that we know what exists in these massive black box territories is the epitome of human hubris. Finally, you have hundreds and hundreds of flood myths across cultures that had no contact with each other. The amount of corroborating evidence for some flood having occurred is overwhelming.
That story does not stand alone. That story is one of approximately 2,000 flood traditions.
Right. And for skeptics to unequivocally discount these texts, because many of them are religious in nature, is itself dogmatic and unscientific.
These are the memory banks of our species. It's in these myths that the memories are passed down.
I like to characterize Hancock's books as oscillating between trippy and speculative, and very hard-headed and scientific. It's almost as if he'll write one book for the esoteric psychonaut, and then the next for the modern scientific skeptic. His archaeological accounts have been well covered on Netflix now and by other podcasts. So in this very raw, long-form interview, I wanted to go off the deep end with him and get into the secrets of the Ark of the Covenant, DMT and its history and its transcendent qualities, and his fascinating beliefs on aliens, which he writes about in his 2005 hit book, Supernatural. So without further ado, sit back, relax, and hit subscribe while I explore the mysteries of our forgotten past with this week's American alchemist, Graham Hancock.
Different parts of the brain have different activities.
saw that, don't you?
You should interview me. So I've climbed the Great Pyramid 5 times.
What?
And 2 of those climbs were legal. Of course, there was a time when anybody could climb the Great Pyramid, but here's my little anecdote. Santa and I together found at the top of the Great Pyramid, on the south side, overlooking what used to be the Boat Museum, on one step down from the top, we found the name P, initial P, Hancock, 5th of April, 1916. Well, my grandfather was Philip Hancock.
No.
Yes, and he was in Egypt. He was in Egypt during the First World War.
Are you serious?
But I still couldn't be 100% sure it was him. And at that time, my dad was still alive, and he had my grandfather's diaries, which were little things, little diaries, dozens of them. And I went through to the date given, and I opened that page, and I saw just one line, and it said, "Climbed Great Pyramid today."
No way!
Oh my God.
That's crazy.
That was my granddad.
What?
Yeah, so I am kind of connected to that.
Oh, you're completely connected. That's nuts.
So why did archaeologists tell us for so long hunter-gatherers couldn't do it, and we needed agricultural populations that could generate surpluses that could pay for the specialists
that was the theory. But that was so. Now what archaeologists are saying was, I guess we were wrong about hunter-gatherers.
So yeah, the funny thing about Michael Shermer, there's a story about him and I think his wife Jennifer, and it was like on their wedding night. This mechanical clock starts playing in the other room. That was an heirloom from her father.
Okay.
And it hadn't played, and it was completely broken, and it hadn't played in like 20 years or something. And her father was supposed to walk her down the aisle, but he had died prior to the wedding. And it was this mystical moment for him. It's this beautiful quote, and I'm going to botch it now. So if I were to paraphrase it, it's like, we must throw away the dogmas of science sometimes and make room for these sort of anomalous, mystical moments. He says this in the article.
I'm very happy to hear that, and I would say I've only known Michael personally since 2017 when I had a debate with him on the Joe Rogan Experience. Since then, I've had some correspondence with him, and I found him to be a much less dogmatic skeptic than I had taken him for. And just recently, I had an email from him concerning my Ancient Apocalypse series on Netflix, where he kindly said that he felt I'd made a good case for my basic proposition that we're missing an episode of the human story, that there may have been a lost civilization of the Ice Age. And I think, to me, that speaks well of Michael's integrity, that he's willing to step out of an entrenched position when the evidence speaks to the need to step out of it, rather than just sticking in it all the time, as so many of my critics do. So much of our planet has not really been subjected to detailed, intensive archaeological survey. I think it's extremely premature for archaeologists to be so confident in their model of the origins of civilization. They should have some humility and allow some legroom for alternative suggestions to come in, instead of just trying to smash down anybody who says something that doesn't agree with their model. Perhaps be just a little more warm-hearted, a little more open, allow that, and see what's good in the alternative evidence that's being presented, rather than just trying to find bad things about it, and have a more constructive dialogue. Instead of this, we know best, and we're going to smash you down, and we're going to insult you and humiliate you and call you any names we can. So childish, really.
I don't even know what arguments if they see something like Göbekli Tepe that's been discovered since the 90s.
Yeah.
And so I don't even know what arguments you have as to how the Fertile Crescent was sort of the cradle of civilization after that, and then in your amazing docuseries rather, Netflix, Ancient Apocalypse,
which features one of the episodes is focused on Göbekli Tepe.
Right, but you have 7 or 8 others that are pretty convincing as well. And so at that point, it feels like kind of overwhelming that the consensus should actually shift to much older.
At the very least, there should be willingness to consider the possibility that we have missed an important chapter of the human story.
You want to know one reason, and I'm sure there are a whole host of other reasons, but why they reflexively might deny this as well, is because I think interestingly dovetails with stories in the Bible and other religious texts around great floods.
Well, the flood, of course, is a very important story in the Bible. I think what a lot of people who are into the Bible don't realize that story does not stand alone. That story is one of approximately 2,000 flood traditions
right.
that are found all around the world.
Exactly.
They're clearly documenting a global phenomenon.
If we turn to the subject of paleohydrology, it totally confirms the reality of these inconceivably gigantic floods that occurred at the end of the last ice age.
And if a comet from the Taurid meteor stream were to hit the Earth, it could create a big flood.
You bet.
I've been getting paid $1,000 a month, if not more.
If not more.
App on my phone.
Are you
And
sure,
I don't know if you can
lady?
see this, but it's called Audible.
Sounds like a
Okay, so I'm
Ponzi
gonna show you.
scheme.
Right here, I have a check from Audible.
Sounds like a pyramid thing.
The Taurid meteor
Damn,
stream
yo.
was formed when a massive comet
This coffee is hitting hard. I gotta go to the bathroom again.
entered our inner solar system's orbit around 20,000 years ago. Over time, this comet has disintegrated into smaller space debris, like the very famous 1.5-mile wide comet Encke. Encke and other comets in the southern Taurids cross the Earth's orbit yearly from September to November, while the northern Taurid streams cross the Earth starting in mid to late October. Both of these streams cause beautiful light showers and give astronomers panic attacks. Why? Because they can cause massive damage on Earth in the form of impacts and airbursts.
We're not dealing with just little dust-sized particles that burn up in the upper atmosphere, and that just as it was a danger to humanity 12,800 years ago, it hasn't gone away, and it still can be a danger to us today.
Just take comet Shoemaker-Levy 9, which collided with Jupiter in 1994. It was only a little over a half-mile wide, but its impact on Jupiter was the equivalent to 6 million megatons of TNT, or 600 times the destructive force of the entire Earth's nuclear arsenal. And isn't there speculation that the 1908 Tunguska event was possibly...
Correct, because the Tunguska event took place on the 30th of June 1908. It was an airburst. It exploded in the air, flattened 2,000 square miles of trees, didn't kill anybody because it was over an uninhabited area of Siberia, but did enormous damage. And the fact that it occurred on the 30th of June suggests very strongly that it was part of the Taurid meteor stream, because that is the peak of the Taurids in June.
NASA's DART program aimed to prove that humans can deflect asteroids with satellites and prevent Earth impact. In fact, spacecrafts launched in November of 21 and September of 22 intentionally crashed into Dimorphos, a minor planet moon of the asteroid Didymos, successfully altering its orbit. The problem is Dimorphos has a diameter of 200 meters, not even close to the half-mile width of Shoemaker-Levy 9.
And it's interesting that NASA DART mission is taking place now, because we know that in the next 30 years or so, we are going to be crossing a much more lumpy and much more dangerous part of the Taurid meteor.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. In fact, Dr. Owen West, one of the scientists from the Comet Research Group, he points that out, that the next 30 years are a danger time.
There are plenty of unknown comets in the annually passing Taurid meteor stream that have completely cataclysmic destructive potential. So we need to invest in advancing our deflection capabilities here.
Of course, it's not the only global threat. There are many other global threats, all of which require an elevation of consciousness of the human race. We have to get out of this tribal mentality where we're all hating and fighting each other, and get into a more loving and more positive mentality.
Otherwise, it'll be like that movie, Don't Look Up.
We're trying to tell you that the entire planet is about to be destroyed.
Yeah, it's an excellent movie, by the way.
Yeah, and it sort of connects with all of this.
Yeah.
I think the part where I struggle most with, and what I'd love to talk to you about, because I feel like most interviews with you kind of focus on the abundance of evidence that human history is much older than we realize. But I know you well enough to know that you've done speculating beyond that. And so let's demarcate this to the audience that this is speculation, and we don't know, but it's interesting, and because of the abundance of evidence, we should be speculating. It's almost like our duty.
I think speculation is very healthy. We need to step out of the mainstream point of view. That's where I think people like me can possibly play a useful role.
So having said that, What's your number one candidate for an antecedent civilization? I mean, the classic one would be Atlantis. You wrote a book called America Before, which connects with this story.
Yeah.
Do you think it is Atlantis? Are there other pre-existing civilizations?
I think the name Atlantis needs to be taken as standing for something else. Needs to be taken as standing for something larger. I'm not claiming or insisting that there was a civilization that was actually called Atlantis. By Plato's time, it was called Atlantis. Plato is the earliest surviving reference we have to this great lost civilization of prehistory that he referred to as Atlantis. His source was an ancestor of his. He didn't know him personally. They're separated by about 200 years, but the story had been passed down in the family line, and that ancestor was a very famous Greek lawmaker, Solon. And we know that Solon made a documented visit to Egypt round about the year 600 BC in our calendar. And Solon went to a temple dedicated to the goddess Neith at Sais in the Delta. And there the priest showed him certain inscriptions on the walls, and he asked them to interpret. And they said that what these inscriptions recounted was a former civilization which had been highly advanced, but which was destroyed, they said, in a single dreadful day and night, was swallowed up by the sea and vanished. And the other point, which I think is really, really important to make, and I do make this point in the series, is the date. The date that Plato gives us
is right around the Younger Dryas.
Well, the point is that when Solon was at that temple and the priests told him the Atlantis story and how Atlantis was swallowed up by the sea in a single terrible day and night, he asked them, when did this happen? And they said 9,000 years ago. Now immediately that's a date we can convert into our calendar. 9,000 years ago in 600 BC is a date we call 9,600 BC, which, give or take 20 years, is 11,600 years ago. And just as the Younger Dryas began cataclysmically with a sea level rise 12,800 years ago, it also ended cataclysmically with an even more massive sea level rise 11,600 years ago. And that massive sea level rise has a name. You'll just call it Meltwater Pulse 1b. It's well documented. Nobody disputes that there was a Meltwater Pulse 1b, and it raised sea levels massively, literally overnight. So here we have Plato passing down a story with a date attached to it, which coincides exactly with what science
so slouchy.
recognizes as a massive global flooding event. And when that's taken into account with the evidence from the Edfu building text, I think the Atlantis story becomes a whole lot more credible.
Yeah. You've often said that, the human race is suffering from amnesia, mass amnesia. And a mutual friend of ours, Brian Murarescu, who you sort of presented to the world on Joe Rogan, wrote a great book called The Immortality Key.
For which I wrote the foreword.
For which you wrote the foreword. And he talks about not only the human race as suffering from amnesia, but this is kind of a Platonic concept, the individual suffering from amnesia. It is this concept of anamnesis, that the birthing process is kind of a traumatic forgetting process of your primordial soul. And that these Eleusinian mystery rituals, Eleusis being 13 miles northwest of Athens.
I've been to Eleusis.
You've been to Eleusis. Amazing. Is this place where the fathers of Western civilization, Plato, Socrates, if he existed, Aristotle,
all the great names
went and experienced some form of maybe noesis, like knowledge of their soul. So do you think...
Well, but it's important to add.
I don't know why it's doing that, but
I first went into this
I can probably fix it when I'm finished painting it.
Supernatural.
Which
is
if I just I can try to shrink it, I guess.
The point is that there's no doubt in my mind that Eleusis was a place.
This canvas is wonky right now.
Deep psychedelic journey. Every initiate in the Eleusinian mysteries was given a drink called the kykeon and the kykeon, and they were given this drink, and they went down into this kind of
wonky.
We don't know exactly what went on in there because the rituals were kept secret, but they then had extraordinary life-changing experiences, and in many cases, many of those great philosophers said that what they lost was their fear of death. That they had fear of death before, and after this experience, they no longer feared death. And Brian also presents excellent evidence that early Christianity was a psychedelic religion.
Yeah.
And
Maybe the Last Supper was
maybe it was edibles.
The idea that Christ's Last Supper was actually a pagan mystery ritual is not new. In fact, Martin Luther King wrote a little-known essay called The Influence of Mystery Religions on Christianity, positing the pagan continuity hypothesis, that Christianity wasn't born in a vacuum, but bears a striking resemblance to pagan polytheistic traditions and rituals that occurred across the ancient world. One of the leading scholars who compares the Last Supper with prior pagan rituals is Dennis MacDonald, a theology professor at Claremont. He writes, "They, eating flesh and drinking blood, point to the Dionysian cult imagery, specifically the eating of the flesh and the blood of the god and the immortality the initiates gain by such activity." He goes on to write that the cult of Dionysus famously involved two related rites, sparagmos and omophagia. The first, dismembering, was the ripping apart of living beasts. The second, eating raw flesh, was the placing of the fresh and bleeding meat to the lips, which some ancient interpreters took to be a reenactment of the eating of the young Dionysus by the Titans. The participants celebrated Dionysus as the one who had survived death and thus was granted immortality as the Lord of Souls. But even if you take the canonical description of the Last Supper at face value and say the Book of John, things can get kind of trippy.
On your wedding day, we'll help you look your best. Men's Warehouse. Love the way you look.
Take John 6:53. Truly, truly, I say to you, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. The one who chews my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life. This sounds very similar to the Eleusinian mystery rituals Brian Muraresku writes about in his book, The Immortality Key. And this isn't even a Gnostic text like the Gospel of Thomas. This is canonical New Testament.
In religions, let's take particularly the three big monotheistic religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, which basically all worship the same deity. And the same prophets are recognized. These religions are all very, very closely interlinked. All of them have officials, priests, rabbis, mullahs, who interpose themselves between us and the divine experience. They tell us what the divine experience is, but we don't have the opportunity to have that experience ourselves. And the thing about psychedelics is that they provide a direct experience not mediated by some official, but an experience that you have yourself. And that seems to be what was going on in early Christianity. The people where Christ was seen more as a teacher than as the Son of God. And what seems to have been going on is that early Christianity was very much a psychedelic religion. And it's really only when the Roman Catholic Church emerged and it started oppressing people, and the very first people it oppressed were those other Christian sects that had used psychedelics.
Any of the Council of Nicaea in 325, which sort of arbitrarily, based on political reasons, kind of cuts down Christianity into an accepted canon, that in many ways it discounts some of the more interesting books like the Gospel of Thomas that have to do with a single individual's ability to ascend into a more divine state.
That's right. You see, the problem is that the state of consciousness that we have today, that's dominant in our society today, is what I call the alert problem-solving state of consciousness. This is the state of consciousness that our society values. So it's interesting when you look at the drugs that are legal in our society, that everybody has access to and that are often glorified. Alcohol is one of the drugs that our society has embraced. Well, I can understand why, because alcohol does not lead people to ask profound questions. It's like a little holiday from the alert problem-solving state of consciousness. But that's all it is. And I just want to point out that what the psychedelics do is offer us much more than a break from that state of consciousness. They offer access to a completely different state of consciousness. The other thing they do is they break very blocked and narrow ways of thinking, and that's what depression is. Depression is where you're locked into a state of mind that makes you extremely sad and unhappy, and you can't escape from it. You know, and the pharmaceutical drugs like Seroxat and Prozac and things like that, absolutely fucking useless in getting people out of depression. I speak from experience because I suffered from depression. So eventually what I decided to do was just do a very gradual cut down of the dose, and I used a razor blade to slice up the pills. I just cut it down day by day over 6 months until finally I was clear of that horrible medicine. At least I did. I experienced it as a horrible medicine. Perhaps it helps some people, but honestly, the scientific studies that have been done suggest that placebos are just as effective as the SSRI antidepressants.
And it recently came out there's no correlation between serotonin deficiency and depression.
I know.
And it's like, okay, you're saying this now after 50 years
Exactly.
of
We've been sold a myth. We've been sold a lie. And if we look at the world through a very narrow, limited perspective, then all we're going to see is narrow, limited things. The role of psychedelics is providing another lens that allows us to see a wider reality.
Can I offer you a crazy theory, and you can tell me if I'm nuts?
Okay.
So in 1973, Francis Crick, who discovered the double helical structure of DNA, wrote a paper about directed
Won a
panspermia.
Nobel Prize.
Won a Nobel Prize, renowned scientist. He wrote a paper on directed panspermia.
He did. He wrote a book, actually, called Life Itself. He wrote papers and a book.
Interesting. I didn't even know that.
The book is a tough read. It was published in 1981.
Okay.
But it's fascinating. And if I can just jump the gun a bit.
Yeah, do it. You probably know what I'm going to ask. Yeah.
That Crick, the world's leading expert on DNA, came to the conclusion that DNA could not have evolved on this planet in the time available for it. You know, the classic model is that we have a sort of primeval soup. The early Earth, the Earth forms about 4.5 billion years ago, 4,500 million years ago. And for the first 600 million years, it's too hot to support any life. Until about 3.9 billion years ago, it gets to the stage where it could support very basic life forms. And within 100 million years of that, which across a span of billions of years is a tiny amount of time, within 100 million years of that, by 3.8 billion years ago, bacterial life was all over this planet. And Crick's view was, as a leading scientist whose whole life was focused on the study of DNA, his life was that DNA could not have emerged accidentally from the primeval soup on this planet in just 100 million years. It needed much longer. He still bought into the primeval soup idea, but not on this planet.
Yes.
What he came down to was that there must have been some other planet, somewhere else, where a primeval soup had existed, and there had been enough time for DNA to emerge from the accidental bumping together of molecules. That's, by the way, something I'm a bit skeptical of anywhere, but nevertheless, that was Crick's point in Life Itself. And then he suggested that, you know, the universe is very old, at least 13.5 billion years old. There's time for life to have evolved elsewhere in the universe. And he suggested that what happened was that the first primitive bacteria continued to evolve on that distant planet, orbiting another sun on the other side of the universe, that life began to evolve, and eventually a highly developed civilization emerged on that planet. I'm not saying they looked anything like us. And by the way, I need to emphasize this is Crick. This is not me who's saying this. This is the Nobel Prize winner who's saying this. That life evolved on that planet, highly intelligent, sophisticated, advanced life form. And then they discovered that they faced certain doom, that there was going to be, he suggested, a supernova going off in their vicinity, which would strip their planet of all life. And to continue the Crick story, he then said, well, the first thing they would have done was to figure, could we get ourselves off the planet? Could we go colonize another planet? But the distances in interstellar space were too great for that to be feasible. So they did the next best thing. They genetically engineered bacteria. They incorporated the DNA code within those bacteria. And then they put the bacteria into cryogenic chambers in spaceships and fired them off in all directions.
Put some algae and CO2 for food, and then
you know, and we know that bacteria, extremophiles, can survive in extremely dire circumstances, and fired them off into the early universe. And to cut a long story short, 3.9 billion years ago, one of those spaceships collided with the early Earth, spilled out its contents of bacteria, and there you have it. Life begins to evolve on this planet, and it contains the DNA code that came from another planet.
And fungal DNA is more similar to human DNA than plant DNA.
Fascinating.
I did not know that. I knew about the guy who discovered the double helix structure, whatever. I didn't know he wrote a paper saying that he believed in genetic panspermia. And not just by accident, because one way to look at genetic panspermia is an accident. So, like he said, maybe there wasn't enough time for single cell organisms to develop here, but on a distant planet somewhere else, maybe it did happen. Maybe there was some type of simple life, some type of organic replicating life form, bacteria or whatever, on some other planet. And let's say that this planet gets impacted from a comet, and upon the impact, chunks of the planet itself are shot out into space. And now you have little chunks of this planet that had this microbial bacterial life form, and now these bacteria are on this space rock floating through space. And they have this ability once again to go into like this cryogenic shutdown mode and survive like the vacuum of space for however many millennia. And then this little chunk of rock finds its way to the Milky Way system and crash lands on Earth in the oceans. And then those microbes that were on that asteroid now have new nourishment and a new environment to evolve in. And that's how life got here. Genetic panspermia accident. But he said that Crick came up with the hypothesis of a highly advanced, intelligent civilization, fully aware of what they are doing, purposely sent out genetic markers, samples, placeholders, in order to seed themselves throughout the cosmos. I've never heard that one before. That's a pretty good way. I've just always heard about the accidental form of genetic panspermia, not a potential progenitor race purposely seeding planets. But then once again, like if you see Prometheus, man, the first scene from Prometheus, man, look, man. The first scene from Prometheus is very compelling. Very, very compelling indeed. All right.
Things which are kind of halfway between the animal and the plant world. They're most curious and incredible things. So that was Crick's suggestion, and I don't think it's a wild suggestion.
Yeah.
Particularly bearing in mind who it comes from. God, he stuck his neck out in proposing something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, because there's a huge lobby behind the natural selection and the Darwinian model.
Sure.
He wasn't stepping away from the Darwinian model. But he was trying to solve an anomaly. He couldn't understand how DNA could have formed accidentally in just 100 million years.
Well, it almost feels like human evolution. There are gaps in human evolution, and evolutionary biologists like to say they have these placeholder words like punctuated equilibria.
Yes.
But if you really look at, I think like the Stoned Ape theory, for example, the doubling in cranial size between 2 million years ago and 300,000 years ago, and then the emergence of culture, which you and Brian Muraresku talk about. Well, a possible explanation for the emergence of culture, which I want to get your take on, is a lot of people say specialization and culture inevitably comes from having more time because you have agriculture.
That's right.
You have talked about sort of a transfer of technology, maybe from an antecedent civilization. What if you're planting wheat, barley, and rye? Those were like the original sort of things in the agricultural revolution. Ergot grows on those things.
Naturally, yeah.
And so what if there is, this, it's almost like the ergot is like a zip file.
Kind of ergots, Claviceps paspali.
Okay.
Some ergots are deadly toxic.
Okay.
But it happens that the one that grows on barley is not toxic, and it is soluble in water. So it can be turned into a product.
Interesting. So what if the consumption of that is what spurred all these ideas that have sort of created a lot of modern civilization?
Well, that's exactly the case that I made in my 2005 book, Supernatural. And this is exactly the case that Brian's taken much further in his, 2021 book, The Immortality Key. That it was, and somebody else we have to recognize.
Carl Rocker.
No, it's the late, great Terence McKenna.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Terence McKenna was a key thinker in this field. His book, I would recommend to anybody who's listening, his book, Food of the Gods, was one of the first books to suggest that this quantum leap forward in human behavior and in human consciousness was entirely the result of experimenting with psychedelics.
Yeah, and McKenna thinks that he talks about a mushroom trip where the mushrooms say to him, within my memory exist the blueprints for hyperlight drives.
I believe that God left certain drugs growing naturally upon our planet to help speed up and facilitate our evolution.
Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first.
Look, I love Amazon Prime. Free 2 days.
If you think about it, if you have an alien civilization, would you present yourself as a hominid creature, like a foreign invader, hominid creature, or will you subtly merge with the higher hominid creature, affect their thinking, and hitchhike your way to the next planet?
I think you go for subtle merging.
Yeah.
And this is where, again, shamanism has much to teach Western science, because shamans need to be taken seriously when they say that the plants and the fungi are teachers. And that's a very mysterious thing. Anybody who's had a deep psychedelic journey will know that they get teachings in that journey. And those teachings generally refer to their own lives and their own behavior and how they behave. It's very odd that a mushroom or a mixture of 2 plants from the Amazon should cause us to evaluate our behavior and should teach us that maybe we've been doing stuff wrong that we need to adjust and put right in the future.
Yeah.
I myself have had a creative gift from psychedelics, and that was back in 2006, drinking ayahuasca in Brazil over a series of 5 sessions. I was literally given the entire plot of a novel. I'd never written a novel before.
That's crazy.
But I was given the entire plot of a novel, which I eventually... And at the end of those sessions, I got a very clear message from the entity that I call Mother Ayahuasca. And frankly, I don't care if scientists roll their eyes. If you're going to roll your eyes at the notion of Mother Ayahuasca, go drink some ayahuasca, and then see if you're going to roll your eyes.
Right.
I was given the gift of a story, and I was given a very strong instruction: write it.
Did you?
And I did, and I wrote it. It's called Entangled, and it features a young woman 24,000 years ago and a young woman today who are entangled across time in a battle of good against evil. And there's a demonic force that is traveling through time and that is twisting humanity out of our true mission. And their job is to stop that force, both in the Stone Age and today.
Do you consider yourself Gnostic, or what would your, because
If I
you're
were
not
to- if I were to
garden
put my-
variety religious.
I'm not. No,
Yeah.
I don't.
And in many ways, you're anti.
I'm anti.
uh,
I'm not a
authority
Christian.
or-
I don't belong to any religion. If I were to put myself in a category, I would say Gnostic is the right category. I wrote a book with Robert Bauval back in the 90s called Talisman. And of course, the Gnostics were amongst the first people to be burnt at the stake when the Roman Catholic Church, as I put it, pulled on the jackboot of the Roman state and began to persecute its competitors.
And you talk about almost in that book a through line of Gnosticism in the form of these sort of small Kabbalistic.
I believe it's
units.
continued. I
Yeah.
believe it's continued. The message has not just evaporated, but it's gone underground, and it's been transmitted through various lines. And in some cases, those lines may not even know what they're transmitting anymore.
That's interesting.
But yeah.
So it's like in the past you'd have the Templars, the Rosicrucians, or the Freemasons, and now there's like a hermetic transfer without a real or exoteric organization even existing.
Yes, it can be passed down in that way. I would say Freemasonry is an interesting example. I'm not a Freemason myself. I don't join clubs, and I'm not a member of that club, and I never will be a member of that club. or
Our
any
friend
other.
Randall Carlson.
Randall is a Freemason, and I have spoken in Masonic lodges. I've been asked to give lectures, and I've happily done so. I'll give a lecture to anybody who's interested in hearing what I've got to say. And I've spoken several times in Masonic lodges. Through a mutual friend, I know an archaeologist who actually teaches at the University of Exeter in the UK, who's been involved in LiDAR work in Colombia, and they have identified what they're certain is an enormous pyramid in the middle of the Amazon rainforest.
Wow.
And the next step is to put a team out there and actually see it on the ground.
Well, that's cool. Are you gonna go and check it out?
You bet I'm gonna go if I get the chance.
I'd go with you.
Yeah. Okay.
Just let me know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you wrote a book called The Sign and the Seal.
I did.
About the Ark of the Covenant.
Indeed so, and that was my first venture into what shall we call historical mystery. And in Ethiopia, I came across this really quite by chance. I found myself in the city of Aksum in Tigray in northern Ethiopia. And there were some strange processions going on and wonderful music and dancing and rituals being performed. And I asked, what's this all about? And they said, well, we have the Ark of the Covenant here. And these ceremonials are in honor of the Ark of the Covenant. And you've got the Ark of the Covenant here? I'd just seen Raiders of the Lost Ark. You've got the Ark of the Covenant here. Where? And they said, well, it's in that enclosure, and there's a huge religious enclosure in the heart of Aksum, which contains a 16th century church of St. Mary of Zion, and beside it a little chapel. And it's in that chapel that the Ethiopians claim the Ark is kept. And this is not a minor issue for Ethiopians. This is a very major issue for them. It's fundamental to Ethiopian culture. It's something that a lot of people don't understand. And it's kind of odd, because the Ark of the Covenant is a pre-Christian relic, and Ethiopia is largely a Christian country. Why is Ethiopian Christianity, which is very Old Testament in its form, very un-New Testament in its form, why is it, but still calling itself Christianity, why is it venerating a pre-Christian, non-Christian relic that belongs to Old Testament times? So I began to do my own investigation, and my own investigation included a lot of time spent with the indigenous Ethiopian Jews. This is something, again, that's not widely known, but there has been,
lost tribe,
going back into remote prehistory, a Judaic community in Ethiopia, and in Ethiopia they're known as the Falashas. They refer to themselves as the Beta Israel, the House of Israel, and they say that their ancestors brought the Ark of the Covenant to Ethiopia, and it happened in this way. That first of all, their ancestors lived on an island in the Nile, and they lived there for some hundreds of years. Well, that's the first thing I checked. Was there ever a Jewish community on an island in the Nile? yes,
Mm.
there was, on the island of Elephantine,
Mhm.
opposite the modern city of Aswan in Upper Egypt, around 650 BC. The general story is that the Ark was stolen by the Babylonians about 60 years later, in 587 BC. But the Babylonians had no records of the Ark of the Covenant. They were ferocious bureaucrats, and they kept detailed records of everything they stole from the Temple of Jerusalem. It didn't include the Ark. The Ark, logically, was gone before the Babylonians ever got there. And suddenly the Falasha story of their ancestors living on an island in the Nile starts to make sense. And then I go in further into it, and I discover that around 400 BC, there was conflict between that Jewish community and the Egyptians. The conflict was because the island of Elephantine was dedicated to the god Khnum. And the Egyptian god Khnum is a ram-headed deity. And the Jewish community on that island were sacrificing rams. And again, this is historically established. They were thrown out. They were driven out. There's no evidence that they were massacred. They were just driven out of that island. And that's where it connects with the Falasha stories, that their ancestors were driven out of that island, and they then followed the Nile River system. They did not go north through a hostile Egypt. They went south. And the Nile, of course, divides into two branches, the Blue Nile and the White Nile. The White Nile rises in Uganda. The Blue Nile rises in Lake Tana in Ethiopia. And Lake Tana in Ethiopia is the center, the absolute center of the area in which the Ethiopian Jews live.
Wow.
And suddenly it all began to make sense.
Interesting.
You know, and could be stood up as a reasonable. I never saw the object that is called the Ark itself, and maybe that's just as well, because the guardians of the Ark get sick and die very, very rapidly.
Is it? Yeah, you said that. You said that people come out with burns on their faces.
They typically get cataracts. They get blinded by cataracts, which is something that happens with radiation damage.
But your narrative of the Ark of the Covenant would preclude the Templars guarding it because they were later.
Well, no, it wouldn't actually.
Okay.
In this sense,
Okay.
that I came across a great Scottish traveller called James Bruce of Kinnaird.
Okay.
And James Bruce wrote a book in the 1780s or 90s called Travels to Discover the Source of the Nile. And in which he claimed to have discovered the source of the Blue Nile in or near Lake Tana. What's puzzling about that is he already knew of a Portuguese priest who'd put that together 60 years before. And James Bruce had a powerful interest in the Ark of the Covenant and was present in Axum during the ceremony of Timkat, when replicas of the Ark of the Covenant are brought out. And I began to get very interested in his story, and I became convinced, although I couldn't prove it, that he had been a Freemason, and that it was his Freemasonic interest that had taken him to Ethiopia. Let's not forget that James Bruce brought something back from Ethiopia. He brought back the Book of Enoch.
Wow.
We would not have the Book of Enoch if it hadn't been for that Scottish traveller getting a copy of it written in the Ethiopian sacred language of Greece, and having it then translated.
That's an ancient alien abduction story if I've ever heard
one. Well, yeah, the Book of Enoch was a lost book
until,
but it had been preserved in Ethiopia, and James Bruce found it and brought it back. Brought it back to Europe. I thought what could have motivated him, and could he have been a Freemason? And I began to look into this, and I couldn't find evidence for it. I went to his grave, which is in a little churchyard in Scotland near Falkirk, and I found that the grave was in a state of disrepair, but that the obelisk that had stood over the grave was lying on its side in the car park. And it was clear that something was going on. So I went to the keeper of the church and I asked him about this, and he said, "Oh yes, we're restoring the grave of James Bruce right now, and the obelisk will be re-erected there." And I said, "Who's funding this?" And he said, "Well, it's the Earl of Elgin." Oh, how interesting. Those were the days when you could pick up the phone and call an earl, and I did that in probably 1990 when we were researching the Sign and the Seal. I called the Broomhill estate where the Earl of Elgin lives, and he answered the phone. And I said, "Look, this may seem very odd to you, but I'm a journalist, and I'm investigating the story of James Bruce of Kinnaird, and I understand you have an interest in him. Can I come and talk to you about him?" And he said gruffly, "I'll give you half an hour." He gave me 5 hours, and my wife Santha and I went to his place, his estate, and we sat down and talked to him. And at the end of it, rather nervously, I said, "Look, I've been working on this theory that James Bruce was a Freemason, but I can't stand it up. I can't prove it." He said, "My dear boy, Of course he was a Freemason. And he gave me the lodge, the Kilwinning Lodge No. 2 in Edinburgh, that James Bruce was a member of. And more than that, he was a speculative Freemason who was interested in the esoteric side of Freemasonry. And so his journey to Ethiopia, I think, was very strongly connected to the Ark of the Covenant. Now we come to the Templars.
Yeah.
And the Templar connection with Freemasonry, and the fact that the speculation that I put in the Sign and the Seal that Templars had gone to Ethiopia in search of the Ark of the Covenant. There was a time when an Ethiopian prince, whose name was Lalibela, was an exile in Jerusalem, and that was during the Crusades, when the Templars held the whole Temple Mount. The Al-Aqsa Mosque was their palace. The Temple Mount was there at exactly the time that an Ethiopian prince exiled was present in Jerusalem. I speculated that he tipped the Templars off that the Ark of the Covenant was in Ethiopia. And weirdly, Lalibela then went back to Ethiopia with a strange force of people who installed him on the throne of Ethiopia, who sound like foreigners, not Ethiopians. And then he created these incredible churches, which are the rock-hewn churches of Lalibela, one of which has a Templar cross painted on its ceiling, and an image of the Al-Aqsa Mosque with a cross on top of it, which only happened when the Templars were using it as their palace. So I began to see a possible connection here, that the Templars did have a long-term interest in this object, that they had learned some intelligence about it during their stay in Jerusalem, and that they followed that intelligence to Ethiopia and put Lalibela back on the throne and been involved in the construction of his amazing churches. All speculation,
Wow.
of course.
That's
but
fascinating.
Very interesting.
Speculation, but you've made a lot of pretty compelling connections. There are so many examples of anomalous megalithic architecture. It's almost so much that it's not even anomalous anymore that you show in your docuseries. And you've speculated that these things aren't built using kind of modern engineering techniques. They're built using kind of ancient engineering techniques.
Techniques and technologies that we don't know about, that we haven't used. Now, it's very important to emphasize that this is speculation.
Absolutely.
Not fact.
Yes.
I speculate that we have allowed some innate human abilities to fall into disuse, to lapse. And not only that, but we've actually come to despise those who think that such abilities exist.
Yeah.
So it's almost the same as saying you're in the lunatic fringe if you say that you believe that telepathy and telekinesis and telepathy.
We're harder to control if you have those abilities as
well. Yeah, and they ignore work. For example, somebody you should talk to is, perhaps you have, is Dr. Rupert Sheldrake.
Oh yeah, huge fan.
He's incredibly important. Out-of-the-box thinker and mainstream scientist. He's a highly qualified scientist.
And all his protocols for the morphic field experiments are very rigorous.
They're very rigorous.
Yeah.
He's done very detailed work on, for example, telephone telepathy. How is it that so many of us hear the phone ring and we know already, or we're already thinking of the individual who calls? This is a universal human experience.
Exactly, and that's people discount their own phenomenology for a dogma, which is like if you were to poll 9 people out of 10 on the street and say, "Have you experienced it?" Everybody's like, "Yeah, I've had that experience," but that's not real. It's
Exactly.
Why?
Because the high priests of science have told us that we mustn't believe it.
Exactly.
Whereas in fact, Rupert's work shows that these abilities do exist, and that human beings do have the ability for telepathy. I don't know if he's done work on telekinesis, where objects are moved directly with the power of the mind, rather than using a machine or a lever to move them. But that's kind of telekinesis that I'm suggesting. To say that the ancient Egyptians moved 200-ton blocks of stone on wet sand, okay, at ground level, that's fine. But to move 200-ton blocks of stone 350 feet in the air, and to build them into a chamber in the heart of the Great Pyramid, that is another matter. So I think it's perfectly natural and reasonable to speculate that they may have been using some ability or some technology that we have not embraced and that we do not understand. And that if we had not become so dependent on mechanical advantage and leverage, we might have been doing things a very different way. There are a number of ancient Egyptian traditions that speak of the priests levitating these large blocks, and this is accompanied by sound, chanting, music is played, and it plays a part in the lifting up of the blocks. A number of traditions about this, which I think perhaps deserve to be taken more seriously than they have been, not necessarily fantastical tales. Having climbed the Great Pyramid 5 times, having seen the majesty of its construction and the intricacy of its construction, I'm persuaded that we're dealing with something we don't fully understand. And it's better to admit that rather than come up with these pure speculations that are the work of Egyptologists, just as I'm speculating that it was telepathy or telekinesis.
Yeah, but the frame should be speculation versus speculation, not...
Yeah, it should be speculation versus speculation rather than saying this is established fact, because it isn't. It isn't established fact. And you know, then we have to come to grips with other aspects of the Great Pyramid, which I often talk about, which are also neglected by Egyptology, which is its extremely precise alignment to true north. That on a 6 million ton monument with a 13-acre footprint is no easy task. And it involves astronomy. It involves precise astronomy. The figure is...
Isn't it mapped to Orion's belt in some way?
Well, that's another very important issue, and this is the work of my great friend and colleague Robert Bauval, who came up with the Orion correlation theory in 1994 in his book The Orion Mystery. He was the first person to notice that the 3 Great Pyramids on the Giza Plateau have a stunningly similar pattern to the 3 stars of the belt of Orion. And Orion is not just any constellation in the ancient Egyptian system. Orion is the god Osiris in the sky. That's the celestial figure of Orion, or of the constellation that we call Orion. Was the celestial figure of the god Osiris in the sky to the ancient Egyptians. So not only do they model the belt stars of that constellation, but that constellation is also an important one to the ancient Egyptians. And there's been so many bogus attempts to discredit Robert's important work on the Orion correlation.
And the soul, human soul, is supposed to come through Orion's belt. I was reading Ptolemy.
Absolutely, yes. And that's a curious worldwide tradition, because you find that in America too. In the mound builder cultures in America, there was the belief that the soul enters the afterlife journey through the constellation of Orion. The ancient Egyptians believed in a whole afterlife realm through which we travel, and the constellation of Orion plays a key role in that. They call this realm the Duat, and as we die in this world, we enter that world, and we make a journey, and it's a hazardous journey. And we need to be prepared for it in advance. That's one of the reasons I think psychedelics were used in ancient Egypt as part of preparation for this after-death journey. Then you realize that it's not just the Giza pyramids, that the pyramids of Dashur, the Red Pyramid and the Bent Pyramid, are also part of the diagram, moving up into the constellation of Taurus. It looks like a whole stellar landscape was mapped on the ground at Giza. It's a much bigger picture, and again, it's unfortunate that Egyptology hasn't been willing to engage with this. It just wants to write it off. I think it has a lot to do with Egyptologists being entirely ignorant of astronomy.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, it's crazy. Also, analogous to all the work that you do, and you document a lot of this as well, around human history being so much older, is this precocious knowledge of the stars. That these ancient civilizations seem to have. Like you look at Sumerian artifacts that show a heliocentric universe thousands of years before Galileo.
They were incredible astronomers. The universe was and then you have to ask yourself, that knowledge system that manifests in the Sumerians did not begin with the Sumerians. That's something that goes back much further. It's a universal, in my view, it's a universal human legacy from a lost civilization of prehistoric antiquity. Passed all around the world.
And maybe they came from the stars or something, because
I don't need to go there. I've never found...
That's like an Eric Von Daniken.
Yeah, I don't need to go where Eric goes. I think Eric, I know Eric, and I think he did a good job of alerting people to mystery in the past. But I personally think that the answer he came up with, that it was ancient aliens in high-tech spacecraft who came here, I think that's an unnecessary argument in order to explain the anomalies that we confront. And I think a much more elegant and much simpler explanation is a lost human civilization of the Ice Age, which was destroyed in the global cataclysm of the Younger Dryas, which had survivors, and those survivors found ways to pass their knowledge down to the future. And that's the period that the period that we call the Younger Dryas is the period that the ancient Egyptians call Zet Tepi, the first time. They call it the first time, and that's where they say all their knowledge came from. So I don't seek to divorce the ancient Egyptians from the Great Pyramid of Giza. The ancient Egyptians were definitely involved in the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, but I think the Great Pyramid of Giza sits on top of something much older. And part of it is the subterranean chamber, 100 feet vertically beneath the base of the Great Pyramid. I think that's the original sacred site on the Giza Plateau.
And the Sphinx, according to people like you and Robert Schoch, has water damage on the nose, erosions of the limestone.
The monuments of the Giza Plateau are multiple and very complex. And in the case of the pyramids, I do accept that the ancient Egyptians were directly involved in completing the monuments as we see them now, that they were building on more ancient structures. But there are structures on the Giza Plateau, and the Great Sphinx is one of them, which are clearly much older. The Robert Schoch's work, let's put that in its proper context. I do want to pay tribute to Robert Schoch because he's one of the few academics who's been willing to stick his neck out and suggest that the Great Sphinx, that enigmatic monument from the ancient world, is more than 12,000 years old, not 4,500 years old, as Egyptologists tell us. The evidence for that was initially proposed by John Anthony West, who was the first to draw wide-scale public attention.
All right, I'm almost at 5 hours. So I'm
going to have to go get some water. And Robert Schoch then came. John West brought Robert Schoch to the Giza Plateau as a geologist, and Robert Schoch took a very detailed and careful look at it and concluded that what we're looking at on the Sphinx, and it's particularly evident on the trench surrounding the Sphinx, is precipitation-induced weathering that was caused by
we'll get out of here in 1 second.
Rainfall, not a flood that washed over the Giza Plateau.
Work on some of this
Extremely
track real
heavy
quick.
rainfall. And the world's climate has changed dramatically several times, and that dramatic climate change that was the Younger Dryas between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, which brought freezing temperatures further north, resulted in heavy rainfall in the Sahara Desert and over Egypt. And that's the period when the geology says that the Great Sphinx was made. And like the pyramids, the ancient Egyptians cannot be divorced from the Great Sphinx. The very fact that the Sphinx has the head of a pharaoh tells us that the ancient Egyptians were involved in it. But what we think, and when I say we, the late great John Anthony West, Robert Schoch, myself and a number of others think, is that the Great Sphinx, Mano Seifzadeh is another man who's doing really important work on this, and he's fluent in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs as well. The argument is that the Great Sphinx was originally a lion. Totally a lion, not just a lion body with a human head, but a lion body with a lion head.
So the pharaoh aspect.
Yes. Originally, it was the prehistoric Sphinx was a lion, and then the lion head became heavily eroded and damaged as thousands of years passed. And in the time of the pharaohs, it was transformed. It was cut down and remade into the human head that we see on it today, wearing the classic Nemes headdress of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. But the fact that that Nemes headdress and the head of some pharaoh, not necessarily Khafre, is found on the Great Sphinx speaks to later remodeling by the ancient Egyptians. It doesn't deal at all with the issue of the precipitation-induced weathering that says that the whole site is actually much older. So just as the ancient Egyptians were involved in completing the Great Pyramids, which I do not dispute, they were also involved in the Great Sphinx, but they found it already present on the Giza Plateau.
Do you believe not just in Atlantis, but in civilizational cycles? So in many esoteric traditions, there would be different sort of root races or civilizational cycles, like the Hyperboreans, the Lemurians, the Atlanteans.
I've not needed to go that far. I think I've had enough of a challenge to deal with making the case for one lost civilization without seeking to make the case for multiple lost civilizations. But I'm not writing that off as a possibility.
It might require you looking at the Ark of the Covenant.
I think that's, to me, that's a bridge too far, which I've focused all my efforts on trying to make this case. and to make it in a way that makes sense to people and that is supported by evidence. It's clear that civilization is cyclical, that things come and go. Great civilizations rise and fall. It was only in the 1920s or the 1930s that we became aware of the existence of such a thing as the Indus Valley civilization, which is along the banks of the Indus River in Pakistan. Mohenjo-daro and Harappa were unknown sites in the 1920s. It was only an accidental discovery, railway workers building a railway line, that actually led to that. And then the dating of it, 5,000 plus years old, this extraordinarily sophisticated civilization that existed along the Indus River, was totally unknown. It was a lost civilization. We still haven't learned to read its language, although they had a written language. So civilizations can get lost. Civilizations can rise and can fall. It happened again and again. And I'm really only saying that maybe happened much earlier, from a time that we've forgotten.
And in Supernatural, you talk about, shifting a little to aliens, because we talk about that a lot on the show.
Yeah.
You talk about modern abductions and UFO sightings, kind of pattern matching.
Now we're getting onto a subject I'm happy to talk about.
Well, let's do it.
Because I think that the physical aliens coming here in spaceships,
yes,
or flying saucers from other planets, is fundamentally it's a materialist proposition. It's about tech and about material things.
It's like the Elon Musk worldview. It's not the consciousness worldview.
It's not a consciousness worldview. What was striking to me was a conversation I had with the late Pablo Amaringo, an Amazonian shaman, who painted his visions after he'd been on the ayahuasca journey. He would sit down and paint. He created thousands of beautiful, beautiful paintings. And in many of those paintings, there are flying saucers. So I said to Pablo, is this, I basically said, is this ancient aliens you're talking about? Are those spaceships that have come from other planets? And he said, no. Those are vehicles for entering and leaving the spirit world. And when a shaman talks about the spirit world, that shaman is talking about what quantum physicists would call a parallel dimension or a parallel realm. And I'm not denying that there are physical elements to the UFO experience. There certainly are. They do show up in radar traces here and there. There are physical elements to it, but exactly what they are is not yet clear. Are they, as Pablo said, vehicles for entering and leaving, let's put it in modern language, a parallel realm, a parallel universe, rather than vehicles to take us across interstellar space in this universe? And then you come down to the consciousness issue. You come down to the fact, and I document this at length in Supernatural, the inspiration for the idea came from Jacques Vallée. I want to give him credit.
You just did an interview with him.
Did you?
You know, there's something deeper that creates the illusion of space and time in humans.
Yeah.
I've never met Jacques Vallée.
You guys have to meet.
Admiration for him, because his book Passport to Magonia was a breakthrough book, and anybody who's interested in the alien UFO mystery needs to go read Passport to Magonia, and I quoted from it extensively in Supernatural, published in 2005. He was the first to recognize that there are incredible phenomenological parallels between the entities that were called fairies and elves in the Middle Ages and the entities that we call aliens today. Astonishing parallels. Those fairies and elves would do surgery on people. They would abduct people. They would have sex with people. They would produce hybrid babies. And then go into spirits and the whole issue of shamans and what spirits are about, and realize that this is going back now thousands of years, and that these experiences are documented in cave art all around the world. And you'll find again that the phenomenology is the same. Shamans are always having sex with spirits, and often have babies in another realm.
Might explain the Immaculate Conception.
Well, yeah, and you know, this is I often tell it as a joke, but it's true. I know of a shaman in the Amazon whose wife left him because of his wife in the spirit world.
Wow.
He had not only a wife over there, he had kids over there too.
Oh my God.
We have the same phenomenology. in encounters with spirits by shamans, documented in cave art going back tens of thousands of years. We have that phenomenology in encounters with fairies and elves in the Middle Ages, and we have the identical phenomenology in encounters with aliens today. And I think it's obvious. We're looking at the same experience through time, construed through different cultural lenses.
Do you think Gnostic or Kabbalistic traditions have attempted to make deliberate contact? So
I think any tradition that makes use of psychedelics, whether they want to or not, are going to make deliberate contact. I had on one of my early ayahuasca journeys in the Amazon, I had a typical alien encounter, and I was sitting on a bench outside the shaman's hut, feeling pretty ill because that's what ayahuasca does with you. And I was having these wild visions, and then I saw not one but several flying saucers up above me, and I saw this characteristic alien face, this sort of heart-shaped, large, dark eyes, materialize up there. And I got the very strong message that they were going to take me away. They were going to take you. And that's where I was a coward. Because I was seeing these things with my eyes closed, and you can often stop visions by opening your eyes. And I opened my eyes, and I shouted, "No!"
I would think someone like you would want to go.
Well, I've regretted it ever since, because what I should have done was keep my eyes shut and say, "Yes, take me." But I was scared shitless. I was literally scared stiff, and it shook me to my core, actually, this thing. I've mentioned this a number of times recently, but there's a really important project going on at Imperial College in London, and this is the first time that psychedelics have been trialed with human volunteers, not to see what the therapeutic benefit is, but to understand the phenomenology. And DMT is particularly effective in bringing about entity encounters. Terence McKenna's machine elves, for example. What's happening at Imperial College is that they found a way to keep people in the DMT state for an hour. Normally it's 10 to 15 minutes. Yes, an intravenous drip, and they keep them in a steady DMT state for an hour. And while doing that, they put them in MRI scanners, and they interview them, they talk to them to the extent that they're able to talk. And quite often, with a full-blown DMT journey, you're not able to talk until afterwards. But because they're in the journey for an hour, they're able to process the experience much more effectively than if you're in the journey for 10 minutes. And this is really serious work that's being done at Imperial College. It's being done with large numbers of volunteers.
This is Christopher Timmerman?
Chris Timmerman is the head of the project. Yeah. He's the guy who runs that project, and many other scientists working with him on that project. And they will sit with the volunteers through the whole hour and talk to them. And particularly what they want to know is about entities. What entities are you encountering? Now, some might say, what's the use of this? But I say it's incredibly useful. Because what they're doing is they're exploring the DMT realm, and these are like early explorers from our time, who went out into the wilderness and came back with stories about what they'd seen. These volunteers are going out into the DMT wilderness and coming back with stories of what they've seen, and the stories are remarkably consistent, that they're encountering the same entities in the same setting. And normally, when large number of people agree on the same experience, we're inclined to define that experience as real. And it's only the prejudices of our civilization that lead us to dismiss it as unreal or as mere hallucinations.
There's something about
There's nothing mere about these experiences.
There's something about DMT that's fundamental to the human story in a way that we don't understand. Like you talk about it being the tree of life in Egypt, or the acacia tree, which is DMT rich, being the tree of life in Egypt, and then in Freemasonry, the acacia leaf is a kind of plays prominently.
It plays a role in Freemasonry, and there's no doubt about it. The wood out of which the Ark of the Covenant was made was acacia wood.
Right.
Yeah.
And then there's something, I think both of our worldviews might be more akin to sort of panpsychism or something than materialist reductionism, the separation of mind and matter. And DMT exists in all organic material, so it's something.
No matter how prejudiced you may be against DMT, you cannot get rid of it.
Yeah,
it's everywhere.
It's
a natural brain hormone in us humans.
Grass, yeah.
We make it.
Yeah.
The human body makes DMT.
Yes, and it makes it at very interesting times as well. It makes it at around the time in the womb when your identity sort of forms and maybe anamnesis occurs and you forget your sort of past self.
Yeah.
It occurs during REM sleep, and then when you die,
it occurs at near death.
Yeah.
And normally it's in sub-psychedelic quantities, but maybe many of the natural visionaries that we've had who've not taken a psychedelic, they just have visions. People like Joan of Arc, for example.
Well, we now know the brain. We thought that the brain couldn't produce it; it was produced in the lungs. Now we know that the brain can endogenously secrete DMT, and DMT receptors are all over the brain.
Yes.
Jimo Borgagen at Michigan.
Yeah,
it's pretty amazing.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And you know, the human body and the brain is it doesn't waste resources. There's a reason that is there. There's a reason that those receptors are there. Clearly, DMT is very important for us.
All right, it's a break time for real.
Alongside other psychedelics.
I mean, I had a couple of breaks in here and there, maybe about an hour and a half. So the timer says 5 hours and 10 minutes, but probably been at it for a good 4 hours.
Induce these extraordinary
experiences. Maybe 3.5 hours. I do want to photograph this portion where I'm at now and send it to the client and see if they.
I think
see if they're good with the progress. See if they're good with the progress on this thing, man. You know, just trying to make them happy. But I need to get something to eat. I haven't eaten anything, and I've been up since like 4 o'clock this morning, and it's 11. All right, I might just go heat up some leftovers and hop on a game for like an hour or so before I come back in here. I gotta go back to work tomorrow, so I definitely want to get as much of this done as I can today. Alright, that's not a bad picture. Damn, you know what? You know what I want to do? Alright, I'm going to take just a few more minutes before I head down. I want to put that green. I want to paint this letter green on this shirt real quick. That shouldn't take but another, few minutes. Take a few minutes. Let me rearrange the camera and set you guys up like I normally do. Okay. And then I'm gonna drop this down. Okay. Drop that down like that. Okay. And then I actually have to get some. That's still kind of high. Let me drop the whole. And drop that down a little bit.
Fundamental to the universe. I think it's a fundamental force in the universe like gravity. Consciousness is there, but
so I just need a little green,
outside the physical body,
a dark green,
limited in the range of things.
Or should I just do green and blue?
Once you immerse consciousness in the physical body, then that physical body and the person.
I might can get away with like sap green.
It's going to face the challenges of physical life. We're going to have to make choices all the way through our life. Some of those choices may be very hurtful to others. Some of them may be helpful, nurturing, positive choices. We are living in a theatre of experience.
Where's my sap?
We have the chance to learn and to grow and to develop in physical bodies. But we cannot be reduced to our physical bodies. Consciousness cannot be reduced to the brain.
Rather it
Should I use
rather it
Viridian
manifests
or
through
Sep?
the
I think I'm
Yeah.
gonna use Viridian.
Yeah, or the physical, exactly. The physical body is a filter or a reduction on a
reducing valve.
on a default state of greater knowledge and
Yes.
understanding, and that's why mystery rituals, you're temporarily killing that collapsing function.
Yes.
So that you kind of glitch into this greater knowledge.
Into this wider reality, which we are all part of. But in order to survive in this physical realm, we tend to get very focused on this physical realm, and that's not a bad thing. I often say, and I'll say it again now, that if I get into an airplane, I would like the pilot to be in an alert, problem-solving state of consciousness. I do not want my pilot visiting parallel realms while he's flying me from A to B. Once he gets off the plane, he can do all the DMT he wants. But while he's flying me, the alert, problem-solving state of consciousness is very useful for certain functions.
Yes.
And we should not dismiss it. It's part of us, but it's not all we are.
Are you Darwinian, or do you think that there's more to the story?
I think there's much more to the story.
I think so too.
I think there's vastly more to the story. However,
do you trade options? Did you know that nearly half of the market is traded behind closed doors in private off-market exchanges called dark pools?
I would never be a person who denies that evolution takes place. There is such a thing as evolution. It would be absurd to suggest that there is not. We live on a hazardous planet. There are all sorts of issues that can bring particular life forms to an end, or nearly to an end. The clear point is the extinction of the dinosaurs 66 million years ago. Nobody disputes now that that was done by a comet or an asteroid. The Chicxulub crater in the Yucatan, deep now beneath the earth and the sea, is the evidence for that. And there's a line in the earth, a rare a line of earth which contains all the classic indicators of a cosmic impact, exactly the same as the Younger Dryas boundary.
Yeah, why is one so controversial and the other so
initially the
accepted
extinction of the dinosaurs was controversial. Lewis and Walter Alvarez were ridiculed by their peers, typical of science. Rather than saying, oh, here's an interesting idea, let's see what's good in it. They said, here's an idea which goes against everything we think, so let's destroy it.
Right.
And they spent 10 years destroying the idea of Lewis and Walter Alvarez until they found the crater. The crater was the smoking gun. So I think that it would be absurd to say that there's no such thing as evolution, because we've got to be able, life, the whole thing of life, the whole project of life, has got to render itself very hard to wipe out. And evolution is one of the ways that it renders itself very hard to wipe out. But is evolution the whole story? No. Is survival of the fittest the whole story? Definitely not. Evolution wants to see human consciousness as a byproduct of survival of the fittest, that we needed these big brains to thrive in the jungle of competition. And as an accidental byproduct of that, we got consciousness. I don't think it's an accidental byproduct of that. I think it's the focus of, I think it's what evolution is all about. So while I don't wish to dismiss evolution, I do want to say that we're only getting a tiny fraction of the story.
Or there maybe is a teleology that's a little more preordained than we think to evolution. That's like a guy like Henry Bergson, in Creative Evolution, would write that there's more of a clear endpoint than we realize.
And I suspect that's true.
I think so too.
I think that under the layer that's been identified by science, the layer of Darwinian evolution, hidden beneath that is a whole other layer that's going on, which is directed, and we are seeing a project working out, and evolution is one of the means, one of the tools that is used by that project.
And you brought up Rupert Sheldrake. That's definitely a gap in evolution, where if 1,000 people do a crossword puzzle, and you do that tomorrow, and then you do a control group crossword puzzle that no one's done, you're more likely to complete the one that 1,000 people have done. There's some sort of collective intelligence.
Suggest we're part of some sort of collective intelligence, that we are connected, perhaps telepathically, perhaps in some other way, with all of the rest of the human race. And it's why it's so absurd now that we live on this planet, that we have this majestic planet at our disposal, we have our consciousness, we have these huge brains, and what are we doing? We're still spreading hatred and fear and suspicion, and we're still murdering each other on mass scale. Dictators with nukes threatening the world. Again, I mean, this is such a failure of the potential of the human race. We need to graduate beyond that simplistic tribal level. There was a role for tribal society once, but in a globally integrated world, it isn't helpful anymore to have these tribal mindsets where, you know, we're better than you, and because we're different from you, we're going to kill you.
Right.
This is just nonsense. Oh, we're going to take your stuff, by the way, as well. This is a sign of a species that has a lot of consciousness evolution still to go through.
Yeah. Well, maybe you and Randall Carlson need to start a school or something.
Yeah, Randall is a teacher.
Yeah.
He does teach. My thing is books and making the occasional TV series. But,
well, it's reaching a lot of people, and it's amazing to see the docuseries. It's always an honor to talk to you. I really admire you, and you have to promise to let me to tag along at one of your excursions.
Absolutely.
I'll do whatever you need.
Absolutely. We'll make it happen, Jesse. We'll definitely make it happen.
Appreciate it, Grant.
Good to talk to you.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Car. Sixth, rent the car.
Thanks for coming, man.
Dude, thanks for having me.
Fascinating life story you have.
It's a weird path I chose.
How old were you when you decided to officially move to the Amazon rainforest?
I was 17 years old when I made the decision. I hated school. Was never good. I was getting into fights with gym teachers. I was getting suspended. I was just failing all my classes, and just my parents are awesome. My parents said, "Look, just forget it." They said, "Just forget the last 2 years of high school. Go to college, save up money, do whatever you want." I said, "Do whatever I want." I said, "I'll do whatever I want." So I'm getting a plane ticket to the Amazon.
What sparked that idea?
You read books about people following their dreams and doing all this shit, and it's like, you're just a kid.
Yeah.
And I was like, I want that. I want to go out and, find something amazing. And to me, it was like the Amazon is the place that has more terrestrial biodiversity than anywhere else on Earth, not just now, but at any point in the fossil record. And so I was just like, get me on a one-way ticket to there. And then it took like 6 months of emailing people and calling professors and trying to find a research position there, because I didn't want to go as like a tourist. I didn't want to go as like the way people go to like Costa Rica. I didn't want to go on like a rainforest vacation. I wanted to go and authentically be in the Amazon rainforest. And so I found a research position with one of the local indigenous guys. This guy's name is Juan Julio Duran, and he's, everybody calls him JJ. And he had a small plot of land that he was protecting, and he was doing that in collaboration with a PhD candidate who was doing research on bird populations in the region. And they said, look, if you come and you do like 4 hours of bird research every day, you can stay for as long as you want.
No shit.
And so I went there, and it's like, the first scene in Jurassic Park when they're like, they pull up to the park and they have no idea what they're about to see. And then Dr. Grant sees the Brachiosaurus for the first time, and he grabs her head and he turns her head, and the music swells and you get chills all over your body, and they're like, oh my God, dinosaurs. That's what it was like going to the Amazon for the first time. It's like, you can't be serious. That there are these millennium trees that are thicker than this room at the base, that go up 150, 160 feet, that have entire ecosystems living on them. These are things that these were trees that were alive. These were saplings when Pizarro hit Peru. When Columbus was still stumbling across the ocean, these things were growing in the Amazon. It's like monster trees, leafcutter ants, jaguars, anacondas, all this crazy stuff. It was just like, this is a dream come true. It felt like I literally felt like I unplugged from the Matrix, and suddenly I got into the real world.
How long did you have to spend down there before did it actually change you in any way?
Oh, it physically changes you. Because let's take it like this. You look at wildlife. Wildlife, you have sharp teeth and claws and feathers and camouflage and all this different things that they have, all these different attributes they have that make them good at their lifestyle. We are soft. Like, most of us have vitamin D deficiencies where our skin is soft. We don't have sharp teeth. We're not fast. You go to the Amazon and the jungle starts working on you. And you know, the sun bakes your skin, and then you're cold in the rain. And if you're going with local guys the way I was, they were saying like, you know, let's go out and track some animals, and they're like, get the shoes off. They're like, way too much noise with the shoes. And so you take your pathetic little, you know, gringo feet and start walking around the Amazon rainforest where you have 12-inch spikes coming out of the ground, where you have venomous snakes, scorpions, all this stuff. But you start to develop harder calluses on your feet. Your skin tightens and becomes tan. You start getting stronger. You start losing weight. Your strength to weight ratio skyrockets. You literally start changing. The jungle molds you. And then, of course, you're under constant assault from the mosquitoes, the ticks, all the other things that are after you. You're part of that ecosystem. So, yeah, it changes you physically, and then it also changes you mentally in the fact that all these things that are dormant in us while we're living in society turn on. You know, we don't need a lot of the alarm receptors that we're born with, that come standard in our bodies. We don't even know about them. And it's like, you know, the ability to know when rain is coming, the ability to sense the tempo of a forest. You know, the birds, you don't realize it, but when you walk through a forest, the birds will tell you what the tempo of a forest is. And so, you know, there's happy chatter when the birds are all just, you know, chilling and the sun is out and it's the afternoon. And then there's that weird quiet right before a thunderstorm. And then there's other shades of it, you know, like if there's like a large predator or like a snake going by.
One warm Saturday in September, John Delgadillo, his family, and the good people of Seligman, Arizona, mixed up 266 flavors of milkshakes and set a Guinness World Record. Join us, along with Mobil 1, as we travel Route 66 in support of small businesses. For the love of driving, let's keep Route 66 kicking.
You'll have birds alarm calling in that direction, and you start to wake up to these little things. And sometimes it's not even a conscious thing. Sometimes you start going, why do I feel like this is about to happen? And then it does, and you go, what am I learning here? You know, it's sort of so vast that you can't quite put your finger on it. So mentally, physically, spiritually, the jungle became everything to me.
So when you first moved down there and you were working on that research stuff at the...
All right, now I think I'm at a pretty good stopping point for a progression photo and for a lunch break. Lunch/video game break. Let's set this to the side real quick. Alright, that's as good as it's gonna get right there, I guess. Let's put this back in a secure position. Take a little snapshot. Alright. It's been a long morning in here, you know? A long morning. Stop! I'm coming. Jesus Christ. Alright, I like that. Alright, I'll probably just stream some video games for a minute, because I've really been into this new Call of Duty DMC mode or whatever. So I'm probably gonna eat something, play some games for a couple hours before I come back up here. Catch y'all downstairs in a few seconds. Peace.